The time is now 6:30. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the most exciting thing to do in Bloomington on a Wednesday night. I'm going to call to order our March 4th meeting of the Common Council for 2026. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Flaherty.
Here.
Stosberg.
Here.
Piedmont Smith. Here. Zulik.
Present.
Asari.
Here.
Daly.
Here.
Rallo.
Here.
Ruff.
Here.
Rosenbarger.
Here.
Okay, the agenda is posted online and on the doors, but this evening's agenda includes approval of minutes from 5 meetings held in 2025. Under reports, we'll hear from council members first and also from city offices, where we'll have a report, a long-awaited report from our new city controller, Jeff McKim, and also a report from our planning director, David Hiddle, regarding House Enrolled Act 1001. Under legislation, we have one ordinance for first reading concerning a proposed rezoning, a PUD, and then we also have a first reading of a resolution which proposes transparency requirements around flock cameras. One important note, if you've been to a council meeting before, at our last meeting, our last regular session, we made new legislation that allows us to discuss legislation during first reading. And so the PUD is a first reading tonight. In the past, we wouldn't have discussed something during first reading. We intend to discuss that. We may discuss that should the council decide to. And we've come up with some basic rules. This is the first time that we're doing first reading discussion, so we're kind of trying to feel this out. We're going to run it the way that we usually run second readings, in that council will receive a presentation from the city staff. We'll ask some questions. After that, there will be a period of public comment on the PUD. We've limited that time of public comment to 30 minutes. Now that can be extended, so the council may choose to extend that, but it might just stop at 30 minutes. And then thereafter, there'll be some sort of time for closing comments. The council can at that time either choose to make some type of a vote on the thing, or to delay it for another time. All of those things are possibilities, and is to the full body to decide. Councilmember Piedmont Smith, is there anything I missed out on the rules that we've proposed for first readings? Thank you very much then. Okay, so with that, we have minutes for approval. We have those five set of minutes. Are there any amendments to the minutes? Please, Councilmember Stosberg.
I just remembered that I messaged the clerk a couple of notes about those, but I don't think that updated minutes were ever sent out. Did anybody see any updated minutes?
I don't think so.
Okay, what would the clerk prefer me to do right now about those? The two things were in the meeting date of December 3rd. There, I thought maybe it would be useful to have an explanation of why a motion ended up failing with 5 yeses and 2 nos. I think it was after 10:30, so we needed a 2/3 majority. And then I think there's a typo in the minutes from December 10th. Clerk Williamson, do you?
Yeah, so we did fix the typo, and Chief Deputy Clerk McDowell did add in that note. I am actually checking with her right now about the minutes. I don't believe she sent them out as revised.
Okay.
She says they can be pulled from the agenda if you would prefer to do that.
Okay, I mean, if she fixed them and they were, it was clarity, so I'm fine if they're fixed, and those were the only 2 things fixed. But if we would prefer to move those 2 sets of minutes to next month, like whatever.
That's the 3rd and the
3rd and the 10th.
Okay.
We can resubmit them also, just putting that as an option as well. But
so we can either vote to get them adopted as amended, or we can just move them off. Makes no real difference.
I don't care.
Okay. In which case, any other corrections to the minutes? Please, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
I don't have a correction, but so should we amend the motion and say,
We don't have a motion yet.
oh, we don't.
No. It makes it a lot easier. Any other corrections to the minutes? Okay, seeing none, are there any motions?
I move, yeah, thanks. I move to, I'm sorry, point of clarification. Did we decide to pull those December ones or are we going to resubmit?
She said she's, doesn't matter.
We're approving all of them.
Whatever you.
I move to approve the minutes from July 30th, November 5th, December 3rd, December 10th, and December 15th as amended.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed? Abstaining, that motion carries 9-0. We'll now move to a time of reports. This is limited, each section of this is limited to 20 minutes. We'll start with council member reports as I've been doing. We'll do it in two things. So if you could first do a report, and then if you have a general statement, you're welcome to give it. We'll start off with reports. Does anybody have a report? Councilman Prima Smith.
Yes, I am the new council liaison to the Redevelopment Commission. So I just want to report that at Monday's meeting, they did pass a resolution designating the Summit District as an economic development area, which is the first step towards creating a residential TIF for that area to provide funding for infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Any other reports? Councilmember Stossberg.
Yeah, I guess I'll give a short report on the MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization. There's kind of some interesting conversations happening there right now about the founding documents and whether the organizational structure that was decided on in the early 80s is still the best organizational structure to move forward with. So that will be an interesting conversation moving forward. And I somehow became vice chair of that organization for lack of anybody else volunteering, because that's apparently how my life goes. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other reports? All right, we'll move on. If anyone has a statement or something you'd like to read, anybody with a statement? Okay, Councilmember Stossberg.
I'll go for that too. I think I have two things maybe that count in the statements. I'm not really sure. So first, I want to send a sincere thank you to Council Attorney Lehner and Deputy Attorney Bennett. This is their last official council meeting with us. And I just want to thank the two of you for your work and contributions to council. While you guys were here, I've really enjoyed working with you, and I've really valued your guidance and your legal advice that you've given me. So thank you very much for your service. And then the second thing I wanted to announce was constituent meetings. Is this the time for constituent meetings, or is reports the time for constituent? Okay. So I've been doing that new thing with constituent meetings where basically I'm having like kind of open office hours by appointment. So that is coming up next week on Tuesday between the hours of excuse me, 11:30 and 1. And if you want to make an appointment with me during that time, the link to do that is on my public calendar. This worked really well last month. It was actually really interesting having kind of individual conversations. And I feel like those can be more meaningful to have one-on-one conversations with folks about things that they want to talk about. So if you want to sign up for that, let me know. Right now, those are generally second Tuesdays, like next week, Tuesday, the 10th. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Any other statements? Councilmember Daly.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say a big thank you and congratulations to the city of Bloomington, and especially the Community Family Resource Department for their wonderful Black History Month Gala that they threw Saturday night. It was a beautiful event. It was so much fun. It's one of my favorite events all year, where we get to dress up and be all fancy and have fun with each other and dance and eat good food, but also to celebrate all of the award recipients, which was just really heartwarming and just so beautiful to see. So big congratulations for yet another wonderful event. Can't wait to see you at next year's. And I encourage everybody here to join next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other statements? Councilmember Prima Smith.
I will have my March constituent meeting as usual on the second Saturday. So that'll be March 14th at 11 a.m. It's via Zoom. You can go to the City Council website to sign up for that. Thank you.
Any others? All right, I have a very brief one. I don't tend to give statements during meetings, but I will give one tonight. And I just want to take a moment to say something about, I guess, the nature of this body and the responsibility that we share in the course of public life. I think especially when issues like some of the things that we're going to talk about today are important and deeply felt, and I think we will disagree. And if you watch this this council, we disagree often. It's not only inevitable, but I think that it is healthy, and I hope that you would all agree with me that it is healthy for the people that you've elected to disagree. This council was designed that way. There are 9 of us here because a city as vibrant and as thoughtful as Bloomington deserves many voices, many perspectives, and many approaches to the challenges that we face together. But even when we disagree, and to be clear, we disagree a lot, I think 2 things have always been true. And sometimes I think we maybe remember this, but we don't always, I don't know, say it enough. But 2 things have always been true in my experience serving alongside my colleagues who I respect, is that first, I have never in a day that I've served on this council doubted that the other members of this council that you elected deeply care about Bloomington and that they want the best for this community. And that even when we have differences of opinions, that we might differ on how we want to achieve that goal, we might vote differently, we may advocate passionately for different solutions. I've never questioned the sincerity or commitment that each of us brings to this work. Secondly, we all need each other. So we can't operate alone. We're not 9 individuals operating in isolation, but we're one body. And the work of this council only succeeds when we listen, deliberate, persuade, and sometimes compromise. Democracy, especially at the local level, which is, I think, right now so under attack across this country, is not the triumph of one voice over another, but it's the difficult and ongoing practice of governing together. And so that does not mean that everything's going to be unanimous. A lot of things will not be, and I don't think that they should be. I think healthy institutions make room for disagreement, they make room for debate, and this is why 9 people were elected to serve you. But disagreement amongst us should never be mistaken for indifference to the city that we all serve, and it should never be framed as a failure of good faith. And so I want to say just to the public as well as other elected officials in the room that this chamber belongs to all of you, that it's natural for us to feel strongly about the issues that come before this council, that passion for our community is a good thing, but as we engage these difficult questions together, I really just hope that we can do so in the spirit that reflects what's best about Bloomington, that we speak with conviction, but also with grace, that we argue our positions, not to question each other's love for the city, not to question each other's resolve, but that we remember that our goal is simply not to win arguments, but to build a future deserving of this community. And so we deserve nothing less than our ambition and also nothing less than our grace. So that is my statement for this evening. That being said, let us move on then to comments and reports from the city offices. We have a report from, first from Jeff McKim, our wonderful controller. Thank you, Mr. McKim. Not really.
Okay, I think now it works. All right. Good evening, council members. Jeff McKim, City Controller. I appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on the city's 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, or ACFR, and the accompanying audits. Let me begin with the most important point. The 2024 audits are active and progressing. The auditors are not currently waiting on any deliverables from the city. We are responding to requests from the auditors in real time, and additional testing requests may continue as the audit moves forward, normally if belatedly. Just to give you a sense of the kinds of requests we're receiving, the most recent request that came in yesterday was for photographic documentation of the security surrounding a fire suppression system that had been purchased and installed with community development block grants for Centerstone. Hand staff had to obtain access to the Centerstone building and go over and take pictures of the locked doors that protected the fire system. I really appreciated their willingness to jump into action when we received the request so we could get it to the auditors in a timely manner. But in any case, to understand where we are on the schedule, it helps to revisit briefly how we got here. Prior to 2018, Bloomington was subjected only to a regulatory or cash basis audit. That framework focused primarily on cash inflows and outflows at the fund level, what we received, what we spent, and whether expenditures complied with statutory authority. The audited report at that time was only 35 pages, and that audit matches the way that Indiana units of government and almost all units of government everywhere are managed. In 2017, the General Assembly amended state law to require larger local governments that issue bonds to prepare financial statements under generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP. Bloomington falls within that category, and once a unit begins GAAP reporting, it must continue in future years. GAAP reporting is substantially more comprehensive. It requires government-wide financial statements that incorporate long-term assets and liabilities, including capital assets, bonded debt, pensions, leases, and other post-employment benefits. Revenues and expenses are recorded when earned or incurred, not simply when cash changes hands. The result is a much more complete picture of fiscal sustainability, but also a significantly more complex reporting process that differs from the day-to-day systems that local governments use to manage budgets and finances. Just to compare, our financial statement that's being audited right now is 197 pages, as opposed to the 35 pages of the regulatory basis audit. Implementing GAAP reporting required structural and operational adjustments. Capital asset reporting has been the most significant lift, as it requires coordination across multiple departments and reconciliation of historical project balances. In addition, new accounting standards for leases and subscription-based IT arrangements added further reporting complexity. The period from 2020 through 2022 also coincided with pandemic-related disruptions and 2 successive auditor transitions, which didn't always go smoothly. Each transition required rebuilding institutional knowledge, which extended issuance timelines. It is also fair to say that not all delays can be attributed to external factors. Even the recent transition in the Controller's office created additional delay in the 2024 cycle. My top priority since taking this position in January has been to regain momentum and ensure that this audit is wrapped up as quickly and accurately as possible. This administration took office in 2024 to find that the 2021 audit had only been completed a few weeks before, in December of 2023. Since then, we've made measurable progress. The 2022 audit issued October 2024, and the 2023 audit issued July of 2025. Steady movement towards restoring a sustainable annual cadence. As to where we stand today, 3 parties are involved in this process. The city, our compiling CPA firm that converts our financial data into GAAP format, and the audit firm engaged by the State Board of Accounts. There's continuous communication among all 3, as well as with our liaison at the State Board of Accounts. One key lesson from prior cycles is that responsiveness and early preparation directly affect the timeline. Where the city has been slower to provide information, the overall schedule is extended. This is an area within our control, and we are managing it accordingly. Providing timely responses to audit requests is my top priority and that of my team in the Office of the Controller. At the same time, we're implementing process improvements, particularly around capital asset tracking and earlier end-year preparation, so that the 2025 cycle begins from a position of strength rather than catch-up. While prior cycles have experienced delay for a variety of reasons, the responsibility for restoring a sustainable reporting cadence now rests with this office. Our objective is straightforward: complete the 2024 audit as soon as practicable and restore the city to issuance of the 2025 report by the September 2026 deadline. Timely and accurate financial reporting is fundamental to market credibility, bond pricing, and public trust. We're focused on meeting that standard. I appreciate the opportunity to provide this update, and I'm happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Controller McKim. Questions? We have none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll now hear a report from Director David Hiddle of the Planning and Transportation Department. Director Hiddle, take it away, sir.
Good evening, David Hiddle, Director of the Department of Planning and Transportation. Here to talk a bit about really two things. One follows the other. The first is House Bill 1001, which has completed its trip through the state legislature and I think has an impact on how we do zoning and planning here in Bloomington. And then I'll follow that up with a discussion of how we move forward with something we've been talking about for a while, which is UDO amendments having to do with housing attainability. So first about HB 1001. So this was really the state's first major foray into the world of state level preemptive land use and development regulation. Other states, coastal states and blue states in particular, have been doing this for a while and mostly in the realm of housing, of taking away obstacles to housing and making it easier for municipalities to build a greater diversity of housing. So Indiana's attempt, if it had been approved in its initial form, it would have allowed for duplexes by right in all residential districts. It would have allowed for at least one accessory dwelling unit on lots in all residential districts, and it would have stripped away the current owner occupancy requirement. It would have prohibited all off-street parking regulations, both minimums and maximums. It would have eliminated or reduced most residential setback requirements and lot dimension minimums. It would have allowed by right for development of affordable housing on property used for religious purposes, which is a very broad statement, but that's all the language that occurred in the bill itself. And that's kind of a copy-paste idea from other states that have put that practice in place. And it would have eliminated most design and architectural standards. So after 2 months of amendment, pretty much all that fell by the wayside. And what remains is the requirement for one public hearing in 2026, the purpose of which is to evaluate the zoning and subdivision ordinances to determine if they adequately promote housing development. And that in that hearing, what shall be considered is density, ADU requirements, the potential reuse of vacant commercial buildings for residential use, design standards, lot size requirements, off-street parking, height limits, and permit streamlining. Following that meeting, we are to report to the LSA, or the Legislative Services Agency, minutes from that hearing, and then any resulting changes made to the UDO. There's no teeth, there's no stick or carrot attached to that requirement. It's assumed among other planners and the places where we chatter that those carrots and sticks might be brought to bear next year. But for now, it's just language. What it also did, HB 1001, I should say did, it's still on the governor's desk. It's been approved by the Senate and the House. It is expected to be signed by the governor, but hasn't yet. It changed the way that fees are, in a modest way, the way that fees are tabulated for applications. Some changes to building code and stormwater code. And one of the disappointments, it removed two elements of building code that would have been changed. And one of them would have allowed for single staircase construction, which has been being done in a lot of other cities. And that makes it, takes the cost of building small apartments down about 12%. And then it also changed modifications to elevator requirements. The final thing it does is it requires that we report as a city on progress toward housing goals. So we need to establish those goals. And then in that report, we indicate how many housing units have been approved, denied, explain any discrepancies in data, talk about average and median home sale prices and year-over-year changes. Same with rent. And then we submit all that to the IHCDA, which is the Indiana Housing Community Development Authority, and they'll compile and publish a report. Again, no sticks, no carrots attached with any of this language. It's assumed that the state will examine that idea next year. None of this is a bad idea, though. I think the reporting is a good thing. It's being done in a number of other states. I think with differing levels of success because it's hard to enforce, but it's not a bad thing to get in the habit of. So with HB 1001 settled and the state legislative session over for the year, I think it's time to discuss moving forward with what we've been talking about for a while, which again would be UDO changes relative to housing attainability, changes that can make housing attainability something more within reach for more people in Bloomington. And what we propose is to put together a working group consisting of city staff, of city councilors, and of plan commissioners to construct draft language that we then take back out to the public, something we've been doing for the past year, probably for 3 or 4 different open houses or public meetings, and then bring back come midsummer, roughly summer, to the Plan Commission and ultimately to the council. So with that, President Asari, we would suggest that if I could reach out to you in the coming days and talk about participation of council on that working group, then that's something that we would move forward with.
Thank you so much, Director Hiddle. Questions, comments? Please, Councilmember Ruff.
Mr. Hiddle, I was just wondering if you could elaborate on why, because I sense there's some kind of a message you're hoping to convey, why you've emphasized or felt compelled to list the components that were stripped out of HB 1001 before there was a final product. And you did a pretty careful list of everything that was originally there and that was taken out.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering if there was a real intention to convey something to the council and the public by listing its original content.
No hidden message. The things that I listed are things that we've talked about locally for a while. And I think another thing to keep in mind is that a lot of the states that have been successful, and I use that word in a qualified sense because process-wise, I don't like the idea of the state telling a locality what to do in terms of zoning. But where it's been done in other places, you know, sometimes it is helpful to allow for new types of housing to be built. So you kind of, there's a plus and a minus to it. But in other states where they are moving forward and now kind of once they get the taste of blood, they come forward every year with a new amendment, a preemptive land use and development amendment, most of them having to do with housing. But those that are coming forward typically involve just those 8 to 10 to 12 things that I mentioned there. So again, no hidden message, but they're all, it's kind of the top 12 of housing reform components, if you will.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Maybe worth noting that our own adopted plans have a lot of those components too. Thank you for the update. Do you have a date, let's say month or something, by which you anticipate working through the process and bringing proposed UDO amendments to the Plan Commission for its consideration? And thank you for laying out that process.
Yeah, we want to probably at the very beginning of April have the first meeting of that internal working group. And then our timeline for the rest of the process would have public meetings in May and July. We would bring the basket of amendments to the Plan Commission in July and August, and then to the council in August or September.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Pima Smith.
Yes, thank you for your report. So I heard two things that actually did make it into House Bill 1001. Did you say that each city must hold a hearing this year about the various issues considered that were not passed in the bill? Or is it just that each city has to report on housing development approvals and denials?
It's both. There is a requirement that in calendar year 2026, every jurisdiction, so that's towns, cities, and counties, have a meeting, and in that public meeting, they explicitly examine their zoning ordinance and its ability or inability to help provide new housing. And there are a number of specific, kind of the same list that we just talked about, specific elements that need to be reported on from that meeting. So that meeting generates minutes and a report to the state. Following that, every year thereafter, every municipality, town, city, county is required to provide a housing report card essentially to the state that talks about housing starts, land use petitions that could lead to more housing that either are approved or denied. And you know, it looks like the language is gearing towns up to say, prove it to us that you're trying to build more housing. Again, no sticks, no carrots yet, but we'll see what those turn out to be.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stassberg.
How do you envision, or maybe you haven't really thought about it yet, that public hearing? Like, is that something that's going to be like a standalone kind of meeting? Is that going to be incorporated into like a plan commission meeting? Like, is there any guidance or requirements, or like how's that going to work?
That one calendar year 2026 public hearing.
Yeah.
There's not much guidance. Let me see. I did take. The language states that the hearing must be public and its purpose is to evaluate zoning and subdivision ordinances to determine if they adequately promote housing development. They shall consider these various things. I guess there's not much more than that. Like a lot of this language, we're sort of left wanting what it is that they desire, what it is we must do to satisfy the requirement. My sense is that meeting could be, it could be a regularly scheduled meeting of the council. It could be perhaps a purposeful proprietary meeting that's scheduled for that. But we're kind of left to wonder. I think it could also be, a meeting at which we're considering amendments and things of that nature. Before that, though, before anything's filed as far as UDO amendments, we want to have the working group do its work and then produce language that we can take back out to the public, probably meetings at the library branches, things like that, taking it on the road outside of this building, because I think that outreach that we've done this year has been successful, and get feedback. So, whatever public meetings we're talking about, nobody's surprised by anything.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember Rallo.
So the one concern is that it essentially it threatens home rule to some extent, potentially. And the other is that it's an unfunded mandated reporting that is going to have further burden on your department. Are there what are the penalties for not reporting? Is there any idea?
There's no indication.
So you'll let us know about further work that's needed by your department and potential effect on budget.
Yeah, it
more
doesn't
personnel.
look to be terribly dramatic as far as new work for our department, because we're at the beginning of the year and we're going to be reporting on calendar year 2026. It's essentially just making sure that we have a spreadsheet that's accounting for again, housing denials, housing approvals. They're also asking us to keep track of time spent. It's work, but it's not going to be taxing, I think.
I don't know much about it, but are there any targets specific to, say, efficiency standards or sustainability and so forth in terms of obstacles to potential housing?
Targets that were given by this? No, nothing at all.
Okay.
Nothing at all.
Okay, good. Thanks.
All right, seeing no more questions, Director Hiddle, thank you so much for your time. Thank you. All right, do we have any additional comments reports from council committees? Okay, seeing none, we'll now move to the first part of the meeting, which is time for public comment. This is a time to, missing something? Never mind. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, there actually were interview committee reports.
Reports or appointments?
Appointments.
Well, that comes next.
I thought that came first.
No, that comes next.
I'm so sorry.
Don't worry. Okay, so back to what we're doing now. Now is a time for public comment for things that are not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes to comment from the public mic. We ask if you kindly sign in. If you would like to make a comment, there will be another section of public comment at the end of the meeting. You can only comment in one of these two sections, again, for things that are not on the agenda. If you can sign in and state your name or your alias for the record, that would be great. And we'll start with people in the room and then we'll move online. So with that, is there anyone in the room who would like to make Public comment on things not currently on the agenda. Excellent. Is there anyone online?
Yes.
Person online, take it away.
Hi, this is Paul Rousseau. I would like to let people know that the Transportation Department is beginning its 4th round of public outreach on the Indiana Avenue Safety Improvements Project. That concerns the stretch of Indiana Avenue at the west edge of the IU campus, such as Sample Gates. As a transit bicyclist, my initial reaction to the plan is unfortunately quite negative. The city seems to be doubling down on its expensive mistake that was made on 7th Street, because two-way bicycle lanes are not the best practice. One-way bicycle lanes are intrinsically safer because they conform to expectations of motor vehicle drivers. At one point, the plan features a disappearing and then reappearing bicycle lane. At another point, there would be two-way serpentine path that crosses from one side of the street to the other while yielding to motor vehicles. And the intersections of Indiana at 7th and 10th are similarly ill-conceived. My view is that this would be an expensive engineering project that would make the area worse for bicycling, not better. I bring all this up because to anyone who's listening, I encourage you to join me in asking this. Why does the city continue to regard expensive engineering as the best tool, or even the only tool in its toolbox, for attaining safe transit for bicyclists and pedestrians? How much would it cost, for example, to hire 2 or 3 extra police officers dedicated to the enforcement of dangerous moving violations by motor vehicle drivers? How much would it cost the city to hire a public relations expert to educate the public about how to share public space with bicyclists and pedestrians? These questions keep me up at night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rousseau. Any other commenters online?
No.
Thank you so much. All right, we'll now move to appointments to boards and commissions. Do we have any?
Yeah, I'd like to move that on behalf of Committee Team A, that we reappoint Joe Throckmorton to seat C1 of the BZA and Katarina Koch to seat C3 of the Bloomington Urban Enterprise Association.
Okay,
Second.
those were not your committees, but we'll take. That's fine. So are there any? First, is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, so there's a second. Any comments or questions, ideally to the folks on the committee? Please, Councilman Flaherty.
Yes, thank you. Just a comment, because I had brought up previously when Mr. Throckmorton was recommended for reappointment to the BZA, some concerns about issues we'd had with the BZA as a body in recent years with respect to major delays on approving conditional use petitions, specifically for duplexes. And my recollection was that our appointee had some involvement in that. And the committee took it back and engaged in more diligence around that question, which I really appreciate. So thank you for doing that. Also, thank you to Mr. Throckmorton for his service. I think he's been a very good BZA member. Generally speaking, this is just an area of concern because it's really the core at which David Hittle was just sharing remarks about preemption issues to try to allow housing to move forward by setting regulations and letting people follow them. And I think in general, we should change the conditional use requirement for duplexes and get rid of it. But even where we have it, we need to make sure that we're not creating undue delays unnecessarily. So what happens with the conditional use is we have use-specific standards in code, and the BZA is meant to make findings about those. Staff usually propose findings. And in particular, at the first meeting this was heard, if a majority of the members had voted to agree with staff's findings, they could have approved the petition in meeting 1. Instead, only 2 of the 5 members were willing to vote that way that night, and it ended up being delayed for 6 months. There were quorum issues. There were lots of other things. It entails additional cost, delay in housing, et cetera. So it's one instance, but it's, I think, reflective of a broader issue. And I hope it's helped bring some attention to it as something that, when the BZA is considering the findings proposed by staff, if they disagree with those findings, they need to bring different findings to vote on and decide if they're going to do something different. And that's not what happened. And so it was really seemed like an unacceptable delay in my mind. I hope something was learned from it. I'm going to support the appointment. And I just hope that our folks serving on the BZA really keep that in mind, that that type of delay really isn't acceptable. One last note on it, which is that it came up in the diligence, should we have gone to Mr. Throckmorton and kind of raised this? I even thought about that at the time, and I chose not to because the BZA is an independent quasi-judicial body. I do think they should have that independence to make judgments as they see fit. I didn't feel it was appropriate for the council to kind of say, this is what we think. There are bodies we make appointments to where that is probably more appropriate. I think the CIB, for instance, is one of them. But BZA less so. So I just wanted to address that as well. So again, thank you to all for looking into this. I do appreciate it. And thanks.
Thank you so much. Any other comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of these two appointments, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? That motion passes 9-0. Are there any other appointments? Councilmember Ref, any other appointments?
There was a pregnant pause, I felt like.
Yeah, go ahead. Do we have any? No, I think that's all of them. Okay. We have more? Go ahead then.
All right, I guess I'll do it. Interview Committee Team B would like to recommend for the Environmental Commission, appointment Carl Geiser to seat C1 and Justin Meshter to seat C6. And then also for the Utility Service Board to appoint Graham McKean to seat C3.
Are there any comments or questions?
Second.
Sorry, thank you. Motion in a second. Any comments or questions here? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say aye. Any abstaining? That passes 9-0 as well. General comment, there are a lot of open positions throughout the year to serve on boards and commissions. We would love all of the many of you who are here to apply for them so that you can help govern the city. Thank you very much. Any other appointments to boards and commissions? I believe that's all of them now. Congratulations, we did it. All right. We are now moving to legislation for first readings. Are there any motions?
I move that ordinance 2026-06 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll for that vote? Nope, we can do a voice vote? Oh, we can do a voice vote? Yeah, hey, okay, well, in which case, for the motion and the second to have the clerk read by a synopsis and title, please signify yes by saying aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? That carries 9-0. Clerk, will you please read?
Ordinance 2026-06. To amend the City of Bloomington zoning maps by rezoning a 6.3 acre property from residential urban lot, R4, and residential multifamily, RM, within the Transform Redevelopment Overlay, TRO, to Planned Unit Development, PUD, and to approve a district ordinance and preliminary plan. The synopsis reads, this ordinance amends the zoning of the property from residential urban lot, R4, and residential multifamily, RM, within the Transform Redevelopment Overlay, TRO, to Planned Unit Development, PUD.
Thank you. Are there any other motions?
I move to discuss this legislation.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion carries 9-0. Who is here on behalf of the mayor? Please welcome our mayor to give the presentation. Oh, you got applause. we resent it. I'm joking.
I welcome you, council. Good evening, everyone. The Hopewell neighborhood, which you're considering this evening, is a tremendous step forward in creating a Bloomington that our workforce can actually afford to live in. For more than 3 decades, Bloomington has been the least affordable place to live in the state of Indiana. Solving affordability for our community has no one simple answer, but is instead a combination of factors, only some of which are under the control of the city government. Land use planning and zoning, however, is a major obstacle in Bloomington. With the opportunity to design an entire neighborhood within walking distance of every service a family needs, our team, in partnership with Flintlock Labs, has created a design for nearly 100 homes. The neighborhood does three things. It provides the most affordable new homeownership options in the county. With starting prices anticipated at $83,500, we have hit a target that no one else has been able to meet. Second, we're providing a design that serves as a living model of what a few instrumental UDO changes can do for housing in our community. This will be a warm, welcoming, and beautiful neighborhood that's pedestrian friendly and makes excellent use of land and resources, showing the community what's possible when we work creatively to design spaces that welcome more of our community. Third, it gets our smaller local builders back to building in Bloomington. Our zoning code and the financing behind creating units has far too long given the advantage to large-scale private equity-funded apartments that are not targeted to our workforce and are not created by our local builders. In an economy that is dependent on gaining more housing, our local skilled trades labor is shrinking, and this provides a space to get our builders back to the table building locally. Time is of the essence. The community started envisioning what they wanted in Hopewell in 2017. City Council is not the final step in the approval process for this PUD. In fact, it is only midway. If you approve this development tonight, we still wouldn't be able to break ground on homes until the fall. If this step takes longer, we will miss the entire building season, and these homes realistically will increase in cost by 5 to 10%. The homeowners won't get more house or better features. They will simply be investing in our city process. Let's get Hopewell right, but let's make sure that we don't needlessly add process that doesn't in the end improve the product. That is cost our residents don't deserve to bear. We finally have a viable project that is also financially attainable for our community members. Hopewell will not solve our housing challenge in the city, but carried out well and used as a model for future incremental development and UDO changes, it will be a significant domino that can move us forward as a city. Thank you for your consideration this evening. I'm going to turn it over to Allie from Flintlock Lab.
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. Is Allie here or online? I was online. Okay, fantastic.
Hi, guys. I am able to screen share if that's okay. Okay, that is showing on my end if you guys can see that. So as the mayor referenced, we're a small team of architects and landscape architects. We're based in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and hopefully you guys were able to join us for our city council working session. So some of this may be repeat. We work with a national nonprofit called the Incremental Development Alliance that trains small locals and is a part of the partnership of this project. So we're doing everything from design of the neighborhood, design of the homes, pre-permitting of those homes, and then training of locals to build them, both capacity building for general development of homes by locals in town, as well as the construction of these homes themselves. We're also joined by a partner who is based out of Atlanta. And we've got a really broad team that does small development ourselves, right? So we understand how hard it is to get this kind of housing that is what we really need and what most communities are struggling to provide on the ground. We understand how many regulations stand in the way of that. One thing that we talk about a lot is who we, demographically, statistically are housing is really different than it was when a lot of, current building codes, current construction financing tools, current housing system and ecosystem tools were built, right? The household size in America used to be around 4 people. It's getting really small. The most common household type number of people in a house is 2 adults, no kids. Our second most common household type is 1 person living alone. So that means about 3/4 of our households are 1 or 2 people typically sleeping in 1 bedroom at night. The flip side of that is our houses are really large. And even, the new best zoning codes tend to have lot sizes and tend to have minimum lot frontages that sometimes can be a challenge with that. So one of the things that we're looking at calibrating and testing through this PUD that would then be potential ordinance changes generally is reducing those somewhat so that we can provide more individual household units for those small households, typically on smaller lot sizes, which then gets us to more affordable price points. This really helps support too, the costs that we see in terms of both physical and service infrastructure by the city. Typically, what we describe as what we're trying to achieve here is housing choice, that you can find the kind of house that you need at a price point that you can afford in a neighborhood that you like anywhere in town throughout your life cycle. And so that does mean that there, should be some homes that you can raise small children in. You should have some big family houses. Typically, statistically, not a lot of them, but a couple. There are a few in this neighborhood. You also need a wide variety of household sizes and arrangements to provide for those smaller households that are really underserved generally within the market. This works significantly better, right, than only being able to provide slightly larger houses on larger lots with larger backyards. And using green infrastructure practices and working really closely with the city, we're able to provide all of the stormwater requirements within smaller green space footprints so that we can provide more diverse housing at better price points and in a walkable neighborhood format. We also want to recognize, as the mayor referenced, that there are a lot of deadbolts on the door to getting the kind of housing ecosystem that we need. And so zoning is one, right? And we've already made a huge step in Bloomington in passing a new UDO. It is really common within cities that have done so to find a couple things that do need some calibration. Likely once that first round of calibration is done, it would not be unusual to, now that some new things have been legalized, to find some things that no one was aware was a problem because they weren't trying to do projects that impacted that. So that process is really normal. Subdivision codes is another place that we see presenting a lot of challenges in a lot of communities in being able to provide attainable housing that's really geared around homeownership. Building and fire code is another thing that is a state level requirement that a lot of municipalities nationally are really working together through their municipal leagues to support state level changes to those building and fire codes. To make sure that we can have practical solutions that are, both safe and affordable. Stormwater and financing rules tend to not be very flexible. And so we have to also work around the fact that not each one of these deadbolts is something that through a PUD can be addressed. And so sometimes we have to come up with creative solutions to work around things that are not flexible. The way that the construction will be financed, the way financing will work for future buyers, those are federal statutes that really are not flexible at all. So as we look at Bloomington's both affordability challenges, we also notice that there is, especially compared to peer cities. I'm in a peer city. I'm in a fellow college town, almost exactly the same population, almost the same student population, same karst landscape. And we also struggle with providing enough owner-occupied housing in a market that is really geared and influenced by that large student population. Also, as referenced, the Hopewell Master Plan has been long in the process, and even in the original master plans so we're down in blocks 8, 9, and 10. There were originally more creative household layouts and lot layouts, homes fronting onto greens, envisioned in that original master plan and desired by citizens. So high level, what is this PUD trying to achieve? We're trying to get to a mix of housing types and price points. We're trying to get to a full pre-permitted set of home designs that streamlines our permitting, reduce costs, and gets people in homes faster. That also simplifies our zoning somewhat as we are permitting a set of houses, not necessarily a set of architectural standards. We're going to be able to see exactly what the products are within the PUD itself, which is a way that a lot of cities are starting to move on these kinds of projects. This builds opportunities for local builders. They will be coached and trained through process. Some of them may already be really established and may need less of that support. For those more experienced small developers and locals, this will be a really turnkey shovel-ready project that lets them do what they're best at without getting bogged down in process. We're bringing a lot of the efficiencies of larger scale development to local developers. We're also working with the RDC and the city attorney on legal frameworks to support permanent affordability as well as blended market rate homes. And we had a lot of great commentary from Plan Commission about the best ways to do that work within some of those inflexible federal finance rules. So we are working through that framework now to ensure that these are both affordable at beginning sale and long-term. There's ongoing community outreach and developer training as part of this program, as well as focus groups. And we are kind of in our overall program schedule. We are working through this PUD and platting process. So if approved, the civil engineering team on this will work through preliminary plat to plat lots. We would have an initial phase that we are working on that is R4 compliant. Several homes that would be able to come vertical more quickly. And some of those lots would be duplexes now, could be split later if the PUD is approved. And then horizontal development would occur all in one phase with then home construction phased in once the horizontal infrastructure is in. And we ran through some case studies as well as part of this program showing some general ideas of the way that some of these ideas could be brought into the rest of the city. One thing that Bloomington has that is an enormous asset we don't see a lot is quite a few platted unbuilt alleys. We often call these paper alleys, right? They exist on paper, but not on site often. One thing that we have seen cities do previously is allow alleys, and my hometown currently allows this. You can use an alley as street frontage. One of the other things that's really specific to Bloomington's pattern is you have very deep lots. We've got really good build out at the street, which means as you drive around a neighborhood, it doesn't feel like there's anywhere to infill develop. And in a lot of really successful college towns like Austin, Texas, you see a lot of those old homes being torn down. That is an enormous challenge for us, both from an architectural standpoint, from a character standpoint, but also from an affordability standpoint. The most affordable house is often an existing house. So there's an opportunity here with allowing alleys as frontage, which is something that we're testing within the PUD, to create rear lots that can be platted separately, can be sold separately, and which can functionally double our amount of homes that we can produce in a block while preserving the homes at the street. And so this is the kind of idea we were trying to test on a smaller scale to then be able to be vetted before being brought citywide. So what are some of the other things that we're asking for in the PUD to achieve this? We're trying out smaller streets, so smaller rights of way that still meet all of the standards of fire code and fire access and ADA, but do sit within a narrower street frontage, which is picking up some additional lots and is, in our opinion, really aligned with the transportation plans respecting of existing street rights of way. And this is something that we work on a lot. One of the things that cities struggle with is that streets sometimes show up on the books as an asset, but they are really a liability. There's something that we have to pay for, or we're not able to get tax revenue from. The more additional right of way that we have that we are not putting into productive use, the harder that is from an overall balance sheet and buildable, thriving place standpoint. So we're seeing lots of communities move to smaller rights of way, especially in their walkable communities, keeping traffic slower. We're working on diverse housing frontages here. So houses that, like some of these built examples of our work, front onto green spaces, front onto small streets, or front in some cases on only onto trails. We're also working on reintroducing several housing types and sets of density. So the pre-approved plans are intended to be able to be rolled out in the future citywide. And so they provide some good models of specific building details and separation details, fire code, compliant separation between townhouses, fire rated eaves, that typical home builders often are not going to run into, but by vetting those through pre-approved programs, often can get to a workforce training standpoint of comfort with those details that works really well for inspectors in the field. This can be a way to reintroduce a good diversity of housing types, building types that are compliant with all of our details in an easier way that makes for faster uptake. So site plan and review, we ran through a few different variations of we've got our parcel A planning area, which is block 10, parcel A on block 9, parcel B, which is a slightly different set of standards because we're preserving an existing building on parcel B. Under the current R4 zoning, which is our most intensive single family zoning, which we can actually build up to, I believe, a 4-plex per each lot, we're able to get 28 home lots under those current standards. A lot of that is based on, we've got a lot of lot depth. That means that even though our lot minimum is able to be smaller because of the lot frontage, we've got to comply with both. So we end up with larger lots than the lot area minimum might suggest in a lot of these cases. So we also had some early variations with, full 60-foot rights of way and a little bit more single family focus and trying to find the right balance between those rights of way width, engineering standards, fire standards, and our trash truck turning radii. We ended up with a blend of really small multifamily buildings, lots of single families, some duplexes, some townhouses, a really good variety in size. And ended up with around 98 homes. From an accessibility standpoint, this site is a little limited by its topography. We have more or less a ridge line up along this section, crossing Fairview. And so this is our most level section. So you'll notice we're clustering our accessible homes, we've got 3 different standards of accessible homes. Universal design, which is compliant with city code, FHA compliant units, which is also called an ANSI type B unit. And then full ADA compliant units, which are the kind of standards you would see in a nursing home or a hotel. That's the most stringent standard. And so we've got 3 different kinds of those units that are really clustered in locations that they can be provided with a 0-step entry based on topography. So 30% of our units, almost 29% of them, meet universal design standards, exceeding that 20% minimum standard. And half of those universal design homes are an ANSI standard rather than the kind of lower, the minimum universal design standards. So we've had some good detail conversations with our local accessibility groups to get some feedback of specific priorities that are high priority to include even in those universal design homes when the full standards can't necessarily be met for some, often grading reason. As a little bit of a background, because we've had a lot of conversation about accessibility on this, just to make sure everybody's a little bit on the same page. The ADA or ANSI type A, that most, kind of stringent set of standards, the largest items that it requires are, the things that do increase the size of the home. Our bathroom requirements, we've got to get a full 5-foot turnaround within the bathroom. There is also a full 5'6" open space around the toilet. Those 2 components are larger than we would typically see in a residential bathroom. And so you really do have to start the home design from a bathrooms and kitchen standpoint. And then hallways end up wider too. You need to have a 5-foot wide hallway instead of a more typical, slightly over 3-foot hallway. Fair Housing Act is what is required anytime we have a building that has more than 4 units in it. All of the ground floor units are required to be fair housing. So these are more common in residential units. And often if you hear someone say it's an accessible unit, this is typically the standard that they're referencing. These are also called ANSI type B units. And they have, a larger area in the bathroom than a typical bathroom might, but much smaller, as you can tell, than an ADA bathroom. There are approaches that are required, but not full turnarounds. So again, there's kind of our ANSI A, ANSI B, and then the ANSI C type, nobody really uses much. So looking at examples of what that looks like on the ground, right? So we've got to get a 2-bedroom, 1-story unit in. It's about 900 square feet. For reference, a 2-bedroom fair housing unit, it can be about 10% smaller. So they're not dramatically different. But typically, if we're looking at universal design, we can get almost a full 3-bedroom in the square footage that we can get an ADA unit. So there's a little variety and some cost and, priority choices that will be made, I think, through some of the development of exactly which house goes on which lot. And it sounds like as we've developed the house plans themselves in detail, that there's some good flexibility to make sure that we are meeting some of those accessibility goals in more specifics. Examples of the units that are shown in the plan here. We've got a 2-bedroom accessible unit that is 1 story that's called the egret. We have a 1-bedroom accessible unit that is called the gardenia, and then our full ADA 1-bedroom is called the bee balm. And there's a single one of those in one place, and then there's a duplex in another location. One central design feature of the site itself is that we have both a pedestrian network, which we're showing in the green, which is used as a primary frontage for all of these central houses. The front door and front porch point to that direction. And then we've got our car circulation in blue. So we also have traditional street frontage towards First Street and towards Wiley. Wiley is provided with a larger setback than the other streets so that we can preserve some existing trees along Wiley and preserve more of the character that it currently has. From a phasing standpoint, although all the horizontal infrastructure will be installed at once, we anticipate that there will be a first phase that is done with, a larger setback on these few lots in R4 zoning. And then the rest of block 10 would be the next phase that goes vertical. We would likely start along First Street for a third phase and build out along Wiley for the fourth phase. The fifth phase is then the redevelopment of the building on block 8. From a grading and infrastructure standpoint, we're looking at a comprehensive stormwater design for both parts, in which the residential sections are handling more water quality and the commercial section is handling more water quantity. And so there are not intended to be any changes to stormwater code or standards within the PUD. These will meet typical city standards. Fire and trash collection will occur. Trash collection will occur at the pink drop-off points. The fire radius works within the lanes, which are classified as a custom street type. Alleys are allowed under Bloomington Code to be blocked for some amount of time by private use. These are fire access routes, and so they do need to remain clear. So they've been classified as lanes, which is a custom street type. They are functionally 20 feet alleys that are intended to be rear, service kind of access to the homes. So we've got a couple of custom street sections in here. The typical street section within the transportation plan for Rogers is slightly too wide to work with the existing building. And so there's a custom street section that has been vetted by engineering that's in there. First Street is intended to remain as existing and has been recently improved. Jackson Street was temporarily in some of the early phases considered more of a lane. It was not a main access. It doesn't connect all the way through. It is a dead end. It's preferred by probably the future public safety user of block 8 to be lower traffic. And so it is intended to be not quite as high traffic as Fairview is. And so it has a little bit narrower street section and a little bit more casual detailing on that. Fairview Street is currently only 16 feet wide. It is being widened to a 48-foot wide right-of-way with parking on one side. Wiley is intended to remain as it is. It has a historic character that's continuous along Wiley, and so it's intended to remain as is. And then you can see our lanes there, a 20-foot total width. And then some examples of the units, size, scale. And then we've got units that we can run through if there are questions. And then I believe that these are included in your packet as well, and they're organized by sale price. I'm here for any questions that you guys may have.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Council members, questions? If you have any. Sorry, Councilmember Puma-Smith.
Normally, we would have a presentation from planning staff. Is that not envisioned this evening?
Mayor Thompson or Director Hiddle, would you like to add anything?
Thank you, Eric Rulick, Development Services Manager. So I'm happy, Ally kind of gave a great overview of the project as a whole. I can certainly go into some of the specific district ordinance standards, kind of the process that went through to how we got here. So I'm kind of open to what would be most beneficial to the council. Like I said, I can certainly step through some of the specifics of the district ordinance if that's something that would be beneficial. Otherwise, the petitioner did a great job with the overview, so I don't really have a lot to add. That's not in the packet.
All right. So with that, thank you. Council members, any questions? Councilmember Puma-Smith.
I guess my first question is, why is the final plan approval being delegated to staff and not going back to the Plan Commission? And given that this is the first condition of approval, if we approve this, when and how will the public have a further opportunity to provide input as the details of this project really come together?
Yep, great question. So, one of the things that we're trying to do with this is look at ways that we can streamline the overall process. So the next public hearing for this will be the primary plat. So that does have to be heard by the Plan Commission or Plat Committee. Certainly, most likely that will be the Plan Commission. So they will hear the primary plat for this, and they did delegate. One of the requests from the petitioner was to delegate final plan approval to staff. So that was something that the Plan Commission did go along with. The items that we typically look at in terms of, should final plan be delegated to staff are, what are the unresolved issues? What are maybe the conditions of approval that had further review that was necessary as part of that? With this particular PUD, there aren't those elements. There aren't a lot of unknowns that we're still trying to figure out at this point. There's not a lot of things that would, necessarily warrant a public hearing that would be changing from what's presented tonight or with the PUD as it stands right now. So the next public hearing would be for the primary plat, and that would be at the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Sassberg.
Thank you. So I have several different things that I want to pursue, but for the first one, I guess I'll preface by saying that one of the things that I've been trying to do all along in this is align the picture with the words on the page in terms of what we're allowing in the PUD. So in terms of the use table and in terms of, and this will be a question ultimately, I promise, the petitioner's statement, which among other things, and the presentation itself, says that the PUD seeks to demonstrate smaller lots, context-based frontage, and simplified subdivision processes can expand homeownership opportunities without compromising neighborhood form or environmental performance. And the use table itself doesn't seem to align very well with that stated mission in terms of allowing group living, which would kind of by definition need to be larger houses, larger properties in general, especially the way that group living ends up being defined. Single room occupancy, like same kind of concept. Some of the community and cultural facilities that are allowed or under conditional uses, libraries, museums, that kind of thing. There's also no minimum parking or anything like that, which also, doesn't align well with the community and cultural facilities, commercial uses, et cetera. So in light of, in terms of state law not allowing us to amend the PUD and only allowing us to make reasonable conditions about it, would the petitioner be open to a reasonable condition around aligning the use table with the actual stated intent of the project?
One downside of not being in the room is Anna may want to speak to this as well, but I know one discussion that we have had as we moved from Plan Commission into this meeting is that we had included all uses that are currently legally allowed within R4. The UDO goes to great lengths to be really flexible about use. But because there are lots of uses allowed in R4, we did not, because we had not previously suggested changing those to Plan Commission, we did not feel comfortable making any edits to those in between Plan Commission and City Council, as those were, as requested in Plan Commission, converted into a use unit table. We are relatively neutral as to which uses, right? This is obviously intended as a residential homeownership focus project. Both maintaining flexibility in the future is really high value, but there are certainly some uses allowed in R4 that we would be very surprised if are ever desired in this zone, or ever really practically used in this zone. So very open to council recommendations and thoughts on any uses that as a condition of approval would want to be struck from that use unit table, as it's very broad, but it is R4's use unit table, which needed to be modified to add multifamily buildings. We have a couple of 4-plexes and up to, there are 12-plexes. So still very small multifamily buildings, but those would not have been allowed under the typical R4 uses. And so those are really the only changes. It's legalizing the building types that you're seeing here within the planning areas. So if modifications to that are desired, that is certainly up to the city.
Okay, thank you. Would Director Killian Hansen like to add to that on behalf of the petitioner? Okay, I see a shaking of the head back there. But it sounds like the essential answer was yes, that the petitioner would consider that kind of condition. And I guess then the question kind of goes back to my colleagues, whether that kind of condition would also be something that they were interested in, because I'm certainly interested in pursuing that.
Thank you. Other questions, Councilmember Flaherty?
Thank you. I think this was covered implicitly probably through the presentation, but just to put a finer point on it for myself and for the public, why did the administration choose to propose a planned unit development for this block and a half instead of either using existing zoning districts from the UDO, there are many, or if none of those districts was good enough, considering the possibility of amending the UDO such that we would have a district that would be good enough to satisfy the administration's interests for this site. So just asking, yeah, but basically it's a strategy choice, right? So why PUD instead of either existing zoning districts or zoning code changes to existing districts? Just looking to hear more. Thank you.
Yeah, in order to do the changes that we needed in order to, essentially drive the house costs down, we would need not only changes to the UDO, but also changes to the transportation plan, which would be onerous and would take a very long time. And so instead, we decided to proceed with PUD since we are urgently in need of housing now. It is our intent to proceed, as we have been discussing, with UDO changes in the future that lead to this kind of attainable housing. In the meantime, it serves as a living model to the community of what this kind of land use can do.
Thank you. Can I follow up? Just would you or someone on your staff be able to cover more specifically the transportation plan amendments that would have been required to do what you all would like to do? That's the question. Yeah, thanks.
I can't remember the various transportation plan needed changes off the top of my head, but they had to do with street widths, and they were calling for, Allie, do you remember?
Yeah, the lanes needed to be a custom street section type, and a lot of the background, and there was a lot of internal discussion about whether a PUD made sense or whether ordinance changes made sense. Some of the background on this too is there was a known set of ordinance changes coming through. It has been discussed really broadly, but that's on a different timeline than this project was. And so part of the idea behind the PUD was that this was going to be an opportunity to test some things in the meantime, while that timeline for UDO changes remains the same. During that intermittent time, some of these things could be tested and then vetted before pulled out citywide. So some of these changes did feel, I think, to city staff like they were going to be something that they would want to test on a smaller scale. And so the PUD gave an opportunity in this timeline to test some of those ideas, but the lanes needed to be made a custom street type. First Street, as it's currently built, doesn't match the transportation plan exactly. Neither does Wiley or Rogers. And so each one of those needed to be a custom street section, which is not currently legally allowed within the transportation plan unless you're doing a PUD. And so a general later recommendation might be building in a little bit more flexibility on existing streets within the transportation plan. But this was an opportunity to test what would some of those changes need to be to get there to streamline the process. But the custom street sections was a big part of the final decision to move forward with a PUD.
Thank you.
Other questions? And feel free to ask them all your questions if you'd like.
Oh, I don't know if you want. I don't know. If you realize what you're asking there or offering. I have several. So looking at the common area and walkways that bisect the development, who is going to maintain those?
There's an HOA that is part of the PUD documents as a commitment to an HOA that will perform all of the common landscape maintenance. And the cost of the HOA has been incorporated in the housing affordability metrics. And so all the housing affordability, the percent AMI calculations, those are all calculated utilizing the understanding that there will be an HOA fee, and then those fees are estimated within overall affordability as well.
Okay, great. And you mentioned in your presentation that you're looking at how affordability will be guaranteed long-term. Can you speak a little bit more to that? And I guess my main question, and maybe this is also for city staff, is how do we know that you can actually follow through with the commitments of more affordable home ownership opportunities going, into the future, not just the first owners?
There are commitments within the PUD language itself, so those are legally binding to the percentage of homes that are affordable at specific AMI levels. And so the PUD itself bakes those guarantees in, both in terms of upfront sale affordability and long-term sale affordability. The exact mechanism of that is still in debate. Plan Commission had some really valid concerns that deed restrictions are specifically called out in some places as a requirement of the method to provide that. That has in some jurisdictions caused some conflict with the way appraisals work for mortgages, which can make the mortgage less attainable for somebody purchasing an affordable home. And so there are some good calibrations that are the thing that is still being worked through is those calibrations of the exact mechanism, but the PUD itself has a baked in guarantee, which is legally binding in terms of affordability.
Shall I go on? I see another hand, so. Oh.
You have a follow-up? Go ahead, Stassberg.
Yeah, I have a follow-up about the affordability thing, because that was kind of the second grouping of stuff that I wanted to make sure to talk about tonight. So of course, I guess there's like two pieces of this question. One is kind of what Councilmember Piedmont Smith just said in terms of how are you actually ensuring these are going to be affordable long-term? What's the mechanism? And I wonder if I'm interested in Director Killian Hansen following up on this, because as the RDC representative, I guess I'm just interested in that process and how the RDC is going to ensure that in terms of the first time buyer and then subsequent buyers, because these need to be permanently affordable.
Yes, we are agreeing to what is in our code at this time, despite there are some issues with it. So I do just want to back up about affordability, because I do think that there are some things that are maybe misunderstood, and give kind of a 10,000-foot view, if you don't mind, few words. Our current, I cannot talk, I'm sorry. Our current development code relies heavily on deed restrictions to create the affordability in for sale housing. While that approach can work in rental housing, it often conflicts with the way that homeownership is actually financed. Most homeowners rely on conventional mortgage that must meet standards of the national secondary mortgage market. Institutions like Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, these mortgages require homes to have clear marketable title and predictable resale rights. When deed restrictions cap resale prices, required government approvals of buyers, or restrict refinancing, lenders can no longer guarantee that the mortgage will meet those standards. In many cases, they cannot issue the loan. That leads to a simple but critical truth. A policy that makes homes technically affordable but impossible to finance does not create home ownership, it prevents it. If our goal is to help residents build wealth through ownership, we need tools that work within the mortgage system, not against it. Cities across the country use approaches that maintain affordability without undermining financing. Some of those mechanisms include silent second mortgages, a second loan that fills the gap between what a household can afford and the cost of the home. We use it in many of our programs currently, so it's not new to us. It has no monthly payments and is repaid upon refinance, allowing the city to recycle the subsidy. There's also shared equity agreements. The homeowner keeps the most appreciation while a portion returns back to the city to support the next home buyer. So it's not exactly tied to each specific home, though it could be, but it would be a rolling basis in some instances. Again, we're working through a lot of this process. There's also a right of first offer. So what that means is that it allows the city or a nonprofit to preserve the affordability when needed without permanently restricting the deed. So these tools are often used and they're refinanceable, they're marketable and accessible to ordinary home buyers. But, fundamentally, I think that we need to talk about the fact that home ownership and affordability is essentially a supply and demand issue. So we should not be focusing only on 1 or 2 or 6 units. We need to be talking about the entire market and what that implication is. So I'm happy to get into that a little bit more, but we need units of all types at all price points. It helps relieve pressure on the existing housing market. But as far as structural ideas of how we might achieve that, silent seconds, shared equity models, it could be a right of first offer. But again, we're committing to what our code says at this time. The nice thing about the RDC owning this is that we can control how these are sold, who they're sold to, what kind of units they are, as opposed to just turning it over to another developer. So we're making that commitment. The zoning approval is not tied to the specific mechanism in which we are ensuring that.
Follow up, go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure that totally answered the intent of my question was to actually learn more about how the RDC was doing that. But I'm just going to take your last statement there and kind of so essentially the RDC is going to pick and choose who gets to buy these.
We have a statutory offering process that we have to follow. And so we will make the commitment to provide the affordable units and they will be present. In fact, if you read the PUD language, you would see that more than 50% are at 100% of the area median income, where the PUD or the UDO currently only requires 15%.
Right, okay. So essentially, because you have that statutory requirement around how your offerings work, that's like part of kind of ensuring this, because then your offerings can require buyers to check certain boxes.
Correct.
Okay. And then I guess my other follow-up around affordability was related more to the actual costs themselves and this idea that and I have read lots of constituent comments around this idea that they're being made affordable by making them smaller. And I appreciate that one of the arguments here in general for this kind of development is that family size has shrunk and our housing stock has not. And so, a piece of affordability is size. But I guess I just want to talk about that like affordability per square foot, affordability in general. And I just kind of tried to run these things through mortgage calculators a little bit and going okay, some of these things which seem really affordable, and they would maybe have a decent mortgage payment at the end after somebody's saved $36,000 for their 20% down payment. So is that a piece of your calculus in terms of how these offerings are going to go, in terms of that down payment potentially assistance that gets that mortgage payment ultimately to that AMI affordability range? Do you know what I mean by that question? You're looking at me kind of.
I don't quite understand your question. When we're committing to a certain AMI, we're committing to the income and the payments and, looking at the entire financial picture. But Mary.
I think Allie was about to jump in.
So I guess I just want to know if that's based on the sale price, based on the estimated mortgage payment.
Yeah, affordability.
How does the down payment fit into that? Because one of the other real struggles, especially for first-time home buyers, is saving that significant chunk of money in the beginning.
So just to be clear, we're doing land use tonight and we have committed to the affordability guidelines. We don't know which mechanism is going to work best for our local lenders, but part of the next steps in the process is to do a lenders workshop and to put lots of these pieces together. So maybe the reason that you're not getting the answer that you want is because we haven't nailed down all of these things. But the cost of the house will be tied to what the house costs to build. And of course, down payment is associated with the cost of that house. We do have down payment assistance programs within the city. So all of these pieces are part of the housing puzzle.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ali, did you want to jump in on that as well?
Yeah, two quick comments. I think the first one is, the way that we calculated it. So federal standards on defining AMI are going to say that you can't spend any more than 30% of your gross income monthly on all housing costs. And so the AMI assumptions are both taking into account the mortgage payment and estimated property taxes at current rates and estimated utility taxes at that square footage and things like the HOA payment. And so the stated percentage of AMI that they are affordable to is tied to that full cost of housing relative to, which does relate to the sale cost of the house. There are mortgage down payment assistance programs that are being explored as part of this. And then that overall long-term affordability will relate to what kind of a mortgage the buyer qualifies for. So if they qualify for an FHA mortgage or a VA mortgage, their down payment might be as small as 3%. We have for now estimated affordability based on a 20% down payment, which is a large, an average size payment for normal affordability in terms of, market standard. But that is something that will be calibrated as we work through the project. And then kind of a comment to questions a few minutes ago, it is also typical that we would have some sort of buyer qualification for the formal affordable units. And so that process working through RDC is going to be really normal so that you don't end up with an affordable unit that's being purchased by somebody that makes, 400% AMI. Typically those are a qualified home buyer, which is income based for the affordable program. That is normal within these kinds of situations.
All right. Anybody on the left with questions? There's a motion in the public to move on. I acknowledge it. Thank you. Go ahead. I mean, we're moving really fast for us, to be clear. Anybody on the left with questions, please? Councilmember Ruff.
I'm not real good. I have no expertise at, finance, real estate financing. But I'm having trouble understanding, please help me. Once a home is sold, what is going to prevent those homes from then sort of latching or following the rest of the real estate upward pressure in the community, and then those houses becoming unaffordable down the road? And if we have the income level restrictions applied still in the future, but we haven't capped the ability of those houses to increase in value faster than area median income goes up, then it seems like we're going to be losing them over time.
Yeah, and so, sorry, are you done with your question?
Yeah, that's kind of
So that's why we need to get creative about the way that we're structuring the financing packages, because what the city has been doing is a deed restriction that means that the home cannot be sold to somebody who's outside of this income level. But that also means that there are no conventional mortgages available to them. And so then they get locked into that house. They can't sell it. They can probably never buy it because we're not a mortgager. And so instead, if you look at a creative option, so if I bought a home and the city has first right of offer, we would also likely have a shared equity agreement. So if the market says that my home has increased 20% in value, we would share that equity with that owner. And we may have a first right of offering, which means we can come in and buy it and subsidize with our equity the next selling of that house. And so in these ways, you're not suppressing the market. You let the market do what the market's going to do, but you still have homes that are available for people at less cost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Flaherty?
I do have more questions, a fair number. Thank you. I'm also happy at any moment to consider postponement to our next regular session, because I think there may be reasonable conditions involved in what comes next and lots of questions. And we have another item that many people in the public are here for. So at any point, if the president would like to entertain that or someone wants to make a motion, I just wanted to say that, I guess. One question is about our climate action plan that calls for establishing policies or ordinances supporting all electric buildings. It's basically the only climate goal, Bloomington climate goal compatible building style. So I didn't see that in the district standards, but is there or would there be a requirement for all electric buildings? Yeah, that's it. That's the question. Thank you.
I don't know that we have discussed that, but it's very easy to do electric in residential.
And it was brought up during design and calibration of the street sections that was an expectation that we would likely see, that we likely did not need to accommodate gas lines within the lane structure, as the city was not anticipating that would be needed if this was an all electric neighborhood. So it has been discussed, and there is an anticipation that is likely a coming code change.
Got it. Would the petitioner support a reasonable condition to that effect to make it part of the district standards?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Daley?
I move that we go to public comment, please.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of moving to public comment, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
No.
Anyone abstaining? That motion carries 8-1. We'll now move to a time of public comment. We've minimized this to 30 minutes. Again, that can be extended. What I ask you to do, because there's quite a few people wanting to comment on this, there's a sign-in sheet there, and so that we save some time, sign in and then pass it on so that people behind you can comment. I also just general timekeeping, because it's only 30 minutes and there's so many of you and you have 3 minutes to comment. That's 10 comments. So if you're going to say something that somebody in front of you said, yield the time so that we all can, we can hear from as many people as possible. All right, first commenter, take it away.
Thank you. My name is Erin Reynolds Nyland. I'm the Housing Solutions Director with Heading Home of South Central Indiana. I, like some of us, are not real estate experts, but I do work with within the homeless response system, and affordable housing is a lot of what we talk about in our field. So I wanted to thank you for the opportunity. I'm excited to see that the city is taking a step in rezoning and just, in the right direction when it comes to affordable housing. So centering kind of who is all impacted by this choice and everything is our community. In addition to the system improvement work I do with my team in our region's homeless response system, I also supervise 6 street outreach case managers who work in or with the unsheltered population, and 3 case managers who work with individuals and families to divert them from homelessness. So whether my staff are in the streets and camps doing outreach or preventing people from becoming unhoused, my case managers run into the same problem, which is affordability. From getting people to from the streets to a home, we're struggling to find places that don't require 3 times the income that's 3 times the rent. And for people struggling to maintain their housing, we're seeing how deeply cost burden they are and how deeply or how thinly they are spread just trying to stay afloat. So I wanted to take a moment to discuss the importance of affordable housing and the impacts it has on the broader community, because the decisions that you guys are making and the questions you're asking are really important. And affordable housing is just a super necessity. So whether it's intended to be owner or renter occupied, it makes a difference. Housing costs are the primary driver of homelessness, and Hopewell has a great opportunity to make an impact in our field. When housing is affordable, people are less likely to become homeless, and when they do, they have a greater chance to rapidly be rehoused. In our community, single adults in our region, Region 10, took them an average of 169 days to find housing again. When housing is affordable, people can better manage their other expenses. They can take care of things like childcare, healthcare, and food. They're less likely to spiral deeper into poverty and can work to attain broader goals than just surviving. When we succeed in preventing someone's homelessness, we celebrate for the moment, but they're not out of the woods, and we have to really take that into consideration. So unaffordable housing means our neighbors will always be trying to catch up. And lastly, when housing is affordable, people have a higher likelihood of breaking out of generational poverty through living in mixed income neighborhoods where they have the opportunity for economic mobility and stability. Our case managers are struggling to find affordable family-style houses, and families are having to resort to using smaller bedrooms and resulting in areas. Living in areas where they're not
And that's your time.
feeling
Sorry.
safe to live in.
Thank you.
So thank you for taking the consideration
Thank you.
and hearing me.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for offering public comment. I'm Anna Green, a longtime resident of Bloomington. I'm very interested in the housing. I want to applaud the city for partnering with nationally known and recognized organizations who have been having success with incremental development. I think that's the thing that I'm most excited about, is that these organizations that the city is partnering with, they're further down the road than we are. And so they've already sort of given us an opportunity to look ahead and maybe avoid some pitfalls that we might otherwise find ourselves in. My specific interest in this is that I am one of the properties who might benefit from the city kind of losing a fear of more dense housing, of more dense development downtown. So I have nearly 1 acre property in Grandview Hills neighborhood on the east side, walking distance to the mall, on a bus line, walking distance to campus. I am an empty nester with a 4-bedroom, 2.5-bath house that I cannot afford to downsize from. So what would be great is if I could turn it into a quad, sell 3 units, and keep my own. I've been picking the brains of David Hiddle and his staff. I've been picking the brains of folks at Habitat for Humanity. I've talked to Hopi. I really feel like at my property in particular, it won't change that much from the street side. Most of my property backs up to the railroad tracks and to a commercial residential Meadowwoods senior living facility. So I think Hopewell is super exciting because here's this enormous property to be developed with intention, with support from national organizations who have been experimenting and succeeding. And if we can do that and kind of give ourselves an opportunity to reduce the fear about this kind of development, which, let's not kid ourselves, this is absolutely urgent and critical to have more dense development. Sprawling is not working. Housing is a critical, urgent need right now. So I will contribute 3 more units to the city of Bloomington, 3 more affordable units, if this kind of zoning is allowed to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Take it away.
Good evening, Chris Smith. I'm here in support of Hopewell, but I want to tell you a little story. I bought a lot in Kirkwood in 2021 for my wife and I's retirement home. We started permitting in 2022. It took us $1 year and $30,000 to get a permit for a single family house. We're zoned MN. There's a historic overlay plus the Kirkwood overlay. There's neighborhood board approval, historic preservation COA. Then we wanted to change our wrap on our house from a manufactured stone to a limestone, had to modify my COA and had to bring a sample of limestone in to get it approved, which shocked me because I thought limestone was limestone. We had to have multiple right-of-way permits, excavation right-of-way, Kirkwood right-of-way, Jackson Street right-of-way, retaining wall permits. Every time we poured concrete, I had to get a street closure permit, but it had to be an exact day and time and had to give them 2 weeks notice. So I put in a request for 5 closings over 2 months and they said, no, you have to give us exact. So we just started pouring early in the morning. I had to do a driveway bond, a homeowner's sign off, a sewer and water application hook-on fee, plus a letter from CBO given to you guys saying they're the sewer provider, which was shocking. A perpetual pedestrian easement, a 6-foot sidewalk. I'm in a historic district. I tried to get a variance from a sidewalk down Jackson Street, which is an 18-foot unimproved road. I got denied the variance and told at the meeting, oh, by the way, it's 6 foot. So I poured it. And the next day I called planning and said, I can't put my street trees in. So concrete in our neighborhood is obviously more important than street trees, and I really wanted street trees. I got a grass violation notice during construction because I forgot to weed eat around a stop sign. I got erosion control violation when there wasn't erosion off site. I got called in on it. I had to have an architect have multiple meetings. I had to have a street tree plan, even though I couldn't plant them. I had to have a site plan, and finally, I got a building permit. It took a year and $30,000. We need this specifically so you can have pre-approved plans so people don't have to go through that. We had the ability to pull it off. I'm a civil engineer. I've been on the planning staff here, or the planning commission here off and on for the last 15 years, and it was still that hard. Please make this easier. And modifications to the UDO aren't going to do it. It needs to be thrown out and redone as form-based code. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michael Ginda. I am here to speak about Hopewell in terms of affordability and from the perspective of a member of the workforce. I work at IU. I've been here for, I think, 12 years now. I came as a student, so I've been through a lot of the housing issues that are being discussed today. One of the things I've been most concerned about with the Flintlock proposal in the PUD is the fact that the model is really tied to sort of this model buyer. You have to have 20% down in the proposal, which cuts out sort of costs like PMI. And I know that the representative from Flintlock said HOA fees are being considered in the affordability equation. But when you look at the actual model, I think it's page 183, it's actually all zeroed out. So I believe it's because they don't really know what those costs are going to be. There's not really a framework for what that HOA would actually be. And particularly the condominium units within the Faulkner design and the Trillium units and things like that, they're going to have to require shared maintenance and governance for those types of units, which would make me believe that the condos in the Faulkner are actually going to end up being apartments or other units that are not going to be actually affordable, even though I fall within the income guidelines. I think there's the idea that you're going to have first-time homebuyers like myself with 20% down immediately without significant assistance from the hand programs, which are really generous. But I think the terms of the other aspect of this is that equity sharing really is a sort of secondary tax on the person who needs assistance and is asking for help for buying. I'm not saying it's a bad model, but I think the conditions on affordability being hinging on those programs really speaks to sort of the idea of attainability rather than affordability. And I don't believe that the mortgages as outlined here for relative to space, it's cheaper for me to rent when I've looked at the numbers for myself. I'd save about $33,000 over 7 years by when I've run the numbers and run my calculations through the Fannie and Freddie savings renting versus buying calculators. So I would like to also then point out that we need to have a way to evaluate the success of this pilot. I work in research. I do model evaluation. This is an overfit model for affordability. And so I would like to challenge the council to provide a means for independent evaluation of the success of affordability for workforce housing, for ADA compliance, for other people that are going to be potentially buying into this development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Markay Winston, and I'm here tonight to express my support for community efforts that expand access to safe, affordable, and high-quality housing for families and members of our local workforce, including educators and school employees who meet the needs of our community's children each and every day. As superintendent of the Monroe County Community School Corporation, I see firsthand how housing stability and affordability directly impact student success. Housing affordability also plays a vital role in our ability to attract and retain talented school employees. Teachers, instructional assistants, bus drivers, custodians, and support staff are essential to the success of our schools and ultimately to our children. I wholeheartedly support efforts to enhance affordable housing opportunities in our beloved community. What our city is building is not just a neighborhood. It is a vital part of the package that makes Bloomington a place where families want to put down roots. Public schools are both a reflection of and a contributor to the health of a community. Strong housing opportunities help stabilize enrollment. Affordable housing is a school issue. One way in which it is a school issue is in determining what level of mortgage a first-year or early career teacher can actually afford within our community. MCCSC offers the most competitive starting teacher salaries in Indiana. We're actually number 2 out of approximately 290 school corporations. Yet, we have lost many talented candidates because they could not find housing that they could afford within our community. Every one of those losses is a loss for our students. Increasing housing options in our community with a mix of housing types and price points will be attractive to future educators who want to join MCCSC. The connection, it runs deeper than simply hiring. When families can afford to live in Bloomington, they enroll their children in our schools. As a public school corporation, the state funding that we receive that supports instruction is based on the number of students that we serve. Every new family that enrolls directly strengthens our classrooms. Student enrollment growth is critical to our future, and affordable housing is exactly the kind of investment that supports great schools. The families we welcome to our community will diversify our workforce, fill our classrooms, and strengthen our education. Our schools and our housing are not separate investments. They're 2 critical pieces of Bloomington's economic future. I believe diverse housing options and a robust education system together can attract new families. We have welcoming neighborhoods paired with schools rich in musical, visual, and performing arts, STEAM programs, numerous college and career pathway opportunities, early learning, and a wide variety of academic and extracurricular programs. Safe and attainable housing, strong schools, and economic vitality are deeply interconnected. Thank you.
That's your time. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Paul Ash. The McDowell Gardens Neighborhood Association did meet finally, and we did discuss this planned unit development. And while we have reservations about overflow parking and congestion in general, we already have that now. We have a more compact urban form, and we're quite dense. And this is a bit denser, but we have our minds open to these innovations. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Spoonmore. I serve as President and CEO of the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I'm here tonight to respectfully urge you to unanimously approve the Hopewell PUD. This vote is about more than a single development proposal. It's about whether we are ready to move from debate to action on the most pressing issue facing Bloomington, which is housing. For too long, our community has been caught in procedural back and forth over the Hopewell site. And meanwhile, housing costs continue to rise. Young professionals struggle to find attainable options. Families are stretched thin. Employers, both small businesses and major institutions, are competing for talent in an environment where the availability and affordability of housing often determines whether someone can say yes or no to a job in Bloomington. From the perspective of the business community, the housing shortage is not abstract. It directly affects workforce recruitment, employee retention, and whether entrepreneurs choose to start and grow their businesses here. Ultimately, it affects the long-term economic vitality of our city. And Hopewell also represents something important from a development standpoint. For years, our members have told us that Bloomington's Unified Development Ordinance can be difficult for smaller local builders to navigate because of its long, complex, and uncertainty associated with it. The Hopewell framework moves key decisions to the front end, creating clearer development parameters and a more predictable path forward. That matters because it opens the door for local developers, not just large national firms to help build this neighborhood and invest in Bloomington's future. It also offers a model as you continue conversations about meaningful UDO reform, which we very much appreciate.
No single project will solve our housing issue, our housing challenges, but Hopewell is a meaningful step forward. It adds needed supply in a strategic location and signals that Bloomington is serious about creating more housing options for people at different income levels and life stages. A unanimous vote tonight would send a powerful message that our elected officials recognize the urgency of this moment and are prepared to work together to address it. The voters and the business community are ready to see progress, collaboration, and action from you all. On behalf of the chamber and our members, I respectfully ask for your unanimous support of the Hopewell PUD. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, if I can just make a brief interruption. I just want to make a blanket comment to all of the commenters to please remember, if you are willing and able, to sign in. The reason why we ask this is because the clerk's office does record your name and whether or not you support a legislation. So it's another way to make sure that your voice is included in the record as well. It's not a requirement, but we appreciate if you do, and make sure that we have you down correctly and your name is spelled correctly as well.
Thank you so much, Clerk Williamson. Please.
Members of the City Council, thank you for lending us your ear tonight. My name is Don Weiler. I'm a longtime Bloomington resident. And for context, my home is adjacent to Hopewell on 2nd Street. It's hard to get unanimous agreement on any one thing these days. I think, however, you would be hard pressed to find anybody that says that I really don't want housing to be affordable. For years, Bloomington has said that we want the folks who work in our restaurants and our shops and our hotels, our teachers, our firefighters, our nurses, to be able to live in the city that they serve. Every day they contribute to the life and energy of Bloomington, and yet many of them cannot afford to live in the community where they spend their working days. They commute in, they serve our city, and then they have to leave because housing inside the city simply isn't within reach. There's many factors that influence the cost of housing that we can't control locally. Interest rates, the price of materials, national economics. But there are things we can control. Our UDO and our permitting processes significantly affect how possible it is to build in Bloomington. I'm thankful for the recognition by Mr. Hiddle and the planning department to recognize this and for the efforts that they're taking to address this on a longer time frame. The Hopewell PUD is important, not only because it adds housing in a walkable part of our city, but because it serves as a proof of concept. It demonstrates the thoughtful and deliberate flexibility that is necessary if we truly want to create more attainable housing within the city limits. This PUD is not perfect. Mistakes will be made, and critics will have plenty to point at. But perfection is not the goal. Action is the goal. Just as Julia Child didn't perfect beef Wellington on her first try, first time ever, the ideas in this PUD will improve with each iteration. Bloomington is strongest when people from every walk of life can live here, work here, and participate in our community. Tonight, you have an opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to that future. I respectfully encourage you to unanimously move Hopewell and Bloomington forward. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
My name is Matt Gleason. I'd like to say that Hopewell South overall looks good. It seems to be a large improvement over the TRO overlay district that's currently on the map. Has a number of problems. The details are very well considered from multiple perspectives, and they match a lot of housing policies that have worked in other similar cities to us. I want to say that there is kind of a large focus on ownership in this. So hopefully the next plats that are done after this maybe provide for renters a little more. we've seen multiple housing booms and busts in my lifetime, so it isn't the be all end all. I appreciate that this PUD can be a model for future UDO changes, but I also hope that people don't kind of rest any similar changes in the UDO on this in terms of its success or speed. Something I'd like to ask City Council and the admin to consider for future PUDs, especially in the Hopewell area, would be social or public housing that can provide for the essential workers of the town and give them a good quality of life in a home they can afford, and that also checks market rates by virtue of being a cheaper alternative. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nathan Ferrer. I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Authority and our nonprofit affiliate, Summit Hill Community Development Corporation. Representing a nonprofit affordable housing developer, I strongly support the Hopewell planned unit development. This innovative approach includes many of the strategies that we've been pushing for years. That includes mixed income, smaller lots, pre-approved plans, varied housing types, reduced setbacks, roads that prioritize people over cars, and as well as permanent affordability. These lead to reduced infrastructure and construction costs, which means greater affordability. Long-term, these will mean an increased tax base and more efficient community service of this land. I agree that the PUD may have been misused in the past and that it should be used sparingly. But this development reflects exactly why the PUD mechanism was created, to allow for thoughtful, innovative community design. We at Summit Hill CDC are already working on another remarkably similar plan that we hope to roll out by the end of this year. Part of my request is that you help pave the path for that by approving this PUD. We all understand that Bloomington faces a housing crisis, and there's growing alignment within our community about what needs to happen to address that. The Hopewell South PUD is a large step in the right direction. I ask that you treat this request with the urgency that it deserves and hold a vote tonight. Don't delay any longer, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Council President Asari, at this time, just to make sure that everyone gets included, we have about 5 minutes left to public comment. I would like to move at this time that we extend public comment by 15 minutes.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor signal by saying aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, that carries. We have 15 more minutes. Note that there's also people online, so, take it away, Mr. Zodi.
Small business surroundings. Remember for council for consideration that the well is one of the most exciting transport. Ultimately maximizing housing yield at a wide range of price points. Housing entrepreneurship. Well, generation need. The last administration worked fully on major question consideration along the way, always about the number of housing units possible on the site. Actually, how many houses could we fit on these? And this concept take off on shot with the vigilant. It's really exciting. It is a necessary step in the process to see about process, and this along the way, always thinking about what's realistic, do the numbers work? 4,000 for families. So as a community development partner, City of Outcry stands ready to help this conversation where we need to avoid mortgage insurance. Talked about earlier by a speaker. Opportunity, and I've heard it. Actually, help Bloomington do what it does very well, which is try new things. How do we keep cracking this code? Housing, not just in Bloomington, but across South.
That's your time, sir. Thank you. Go ahead.
Maybe. There we go.
Good evening. My name is Tina Peterson, President and CEO of the Community Foundation of Bloomington and Monroe County, and also of Regional Opportunity Initiatives, 2C3 organizations focused on ensuring that people and communities thrive. At the risk of dating myself, but to add context, I want you to know that I served on the committee established by Mayor Cruzan several mayors ago, almost 14 years ago, that first looked at the potential of what today we call the Hopewell site to bring much needed value to our community. Over the last few months, the Community Foundation has been engaging with stakeholders across our community to better understand our challenges and our opportunities. First, from everyone on everyone's list of our challenges in this community is housing. It's consistent, person after person, organization after organization, that housing is what constrains us most significantly in this community. We are looking for, right, housing that will allow individuals that live and work here to thrive regardless of income level. Housing that will allow new employees to call our community home. Housing will ensure that tax revenue stays here in our community, and housing that will help to reverse population decline in our community. The housing studies that ROI has conducted regularly in our region enumerate housing needs at every price point, whether rentals or owner occupied, and speak to the importance of providing missing middle housing for those seeking attainable, walkable, low maintenance living options that primarily benefit young professionals, first-time home buyers, downsizers, I think that's the word, and working class families. In our work, we've had the opportunity to work with entities focused on making housing more attainable and affordable and buildable. Through strategies like those proposed for the PUD, we are here to discuss tonight. It's housing that serves populations we need to attract and retain, and that is by design buildable by homegrown developers. This community needs housing that both the Community Foundation and ROI have been investing. We are willing to do our part, but we need everyone else to do their part as well. It would seem that we are moving in the right direction and on the right path, but quite honestly, it's a path that we've been on for way too long. I started these conversations with people 14 years ago, right on a committee. These conversations about Hopewell, even if it wasn't named that then, are no less significant today than they were then, and that's unfortunate. I think that we need to think differently and to innovate. I ask you this evening to signal your shared understanding of that urgency and support the PUD.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Clark Greiner. I am the interim CEO for the Bloomington Economic Development Corporation, and I urge you to support the Hopewell South PUD this evening. The BEDC believes in doing so will enhance the attainable housing. Presently, there's a gap in our housing stock in the community. Hopewell PUD will offer several strategies to begin to cover the gap and make attainable housing
much more of a reality. First, I'm here to express the support of the BEDC for the passage of this. We believe that the project represents a transformative opportunity for the community and our local industries and the broader regional economy. The Hopewell project offers a diverse type of housing, such as tiny housing, ADUs, single-family housing, and from a business retention, expansion, and attraction perspective, housing is really where our jobs sleep and are a vital component and necessary to retain and attract the workforce, but to also bring the employers into our community. One of the big concerns that we have, and we hear oftentimes, is that we need to bring good paying jobs in our communities. Housing is a key component of that. The availability of workforce is also a key element. The BEDC-led initiatives and attainable housing is a very important component. And housing availability and price is a question that is frequently asked by visiting CEOs and existing CEOs and their site selection professionals when they're making a location selection. The Hopewell PUD pre-approved designs will begin to address the administrative costs to build and develop attainable housing in Bloomington. And according to the National Home Builders Association, 23.8% of the final price of a house is attributable to regulation. Expedite development processes offer predictable for professional builders and families, and the need for housing to help keep the costs lower and workers in our community. Given Bloomington's annexation challenges, the PUD encourages density by offering small footprints on smaller lots, which attract and are very attractive for first-time home buyers, and it helps keep costs low. The BEDC recognizes the Hopewell initiative aligns with our strategic priorities, such as job creation for business attraction, retention, and expansion. And it's important to mention that the CEOs, again, and their senior leadership team take a lot of interest in housing. When we go on tours and take these site visits, that's one of the primary questions that they ask. They say, show us where affordable housing is for our workforce. So we respectfully request a favorable consideration for this initiative and stand ready to assist in any way to advance its success. So thank you for your leadership and your attention to this very important economic development opportunity for Bloomington and our region.
Thank you so much. Take it away.
Good evening. My name is Ron Walker. I'm president of CFC Properties and Workforce Housing LLC, both of which are Cook Group companies. And with me tonight is Dan Peterson, Vice President of Industry and Government Affairs for Cook. We're here on behalf of Cook to express our strong support for the establishment of the Hopewell South PUD. We're not simply in support of it, we're excited about Hopewell. We've been following the proceedings, have participated in meetings and discussions, and we're eager to see the development of owner-occupied housing at the former hospital site. Recently, in a small group session with nonprofit leaders, the question was asked about what are some of the bright spots in Bloomington right now? What are some of the great opportunities ahead of us? For us, the answer is Hopewell. How fortunate we are, how fortunate you are to have this opportunity to redevelop the former hospital into a new residential neighborhood focused on owner-occupied housing, to build homes that can be purchased at different price points, to feature small lots, traditional street grid layout, walkable connectivity. This is what Bloomington needs. This is what our community has been asking for, and what a great opportunity you have in front of you tonight. At Cook, we know the real challenges, housing challenges that exist in our region. We hear it from our employees. We hear it from those who we are recruiting for careers with Cook. That's why a few years ago, we committed to building houses. We build houses, we offer them to our employees first at our cost. It's a zero profit program from Cook. We use all local contractors. Our primary builder, Authentic Homes, is here tonight. We sold our 30th home about 2 weeks ago in Spencer, and we plan to build many more. I can tell you from doing this, timing and timelines are extremely important. There's plenty of time to work out details here, but we have to move on this now. The housing challenge in Bloomington is real. We should all feel a big sense of urgency to address it, and you have the chance to do that tonight. That's why we ask the council to address this housing challenge directly, to not delay, and to support the Hopewell South PUD rezone by voting yes unanimously tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Howdy, I'm Greg Alexander. I have a few criticisms of this specific design. The density is really good, right? But the lane concept is bad. Like if we have to amend the transportation plan in order to have dense housing, if we need to invent a new street type that's 20 feet wide that doesn't have sidewalks, we should be hearing from a planner. It's just a street with no sidewalks, by the way. That's what it is. There's an overemphasis on parking. 100% impervious coverage that pushes all the green space into an HOA is bad. Like an HOA is bad. It's a barrier to affordability. The dreams of how this is going to be financed and built, I don't think they're realistic. Over specifying individual designs instead of making good zoning code that anybody can use is bad. Using a PUD is bad. PUDs politicize housing. We all saw that last week or 2 weeks ago when the mayor excoriated you in a press release because you didn't bend your rules. Like PUDs are a slow process. Fundamentally, this isn't about getting housing built. This is about assigning blame for the fact that housing isn't being built. The case for this PUD is that it is an experiment. There's no experiment. We know these houses are going to be extremely desirable and the people who live there are going to be so happy to live in them. But is this going to lead to anything? Is this going to convince people? You know, that's not true. You know, the moment you put zoning on your agenda, which if it's going to be in September, oh my God, right? If you're going to have a line out the door, like this line is going to look like nothing. And you're going to be hearing from a bunch of old people who don't think young people deserve housing. You're going to be hearing from a bunch of people who hate housing, in general, hate all new development. You'll be hearing cheering and jeering from the audience. It will be, people will be attacking you every time you go outside, accosting you about this. Like you don't want that result. But if you're going to build housing, if you're going to actually do zoning code that's more than just 1.5 blocks at a time, you're going to endure that process. And I think you're doing this 1.5 blocks instead of enduring that process. That's my fear here. The thing is, the people who hate all new development are a tiny minority in this town. And you guys were elected to do a job. Passing piecemeal PUDs will not do that job. It will just lead to more PUDs. PUDs require that our certified planning staff has to put political concerns above their job. That's bad development policy. That's not a good way to address affordable housing. It's corruption. And I'm saying that formally, like the mayor is pushing on you to do this well faster than your usual process because she's using the slowest possible way to do it. The one where she gets to decide zoning law for every block and a half in the city. That's ridiculous. We need good zoning code for the entire city. And we shouldn't make it dependent upon who has a good relationship with the mayor. It should be open to everybody that owns property and everybody that wants to develop. Thank you.
Thank you. Take it away.
Hi, I'm Jen Mayer, and I respectfully, we all like affordable housing, like I get it. I'm wondering if we could go on to the reason that the flock cameras, the part that was buried in this meeting and is the very last thing we're talking about, I would respectfully ask if we could get to that in a timely manner. We all know we want affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. More, are you, go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't see you there. Go ahead.
So a lot has been said about the buzzword of the year, affordability, but right across the street from Hopewell are the Seminary Point apartments, and they're the most affordable apartments in the area. People are living in them right now, and every single one of those people was told a couple weeks ago that they will be forced out of their homes in July. I understand these buildings are owned by the county, something to do with their disastrous convention center, but the buildings and the people living in them are in this city, right across the street from Hopewell, and they are my friends, and they will not be able to afford what you are making. Why are you letting the county destroy meaningfully affordable housing in Bloomington? And if you don't like that framing, which is fair, I understand it's incendiary. What will you do to get the Seminary Point leases renewed, empower these tenants to decide their own futures, and stop the county from destroying the affordable housing we already have? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jack Baker, a resident of the McDowell Historic Neighborhood District. I'm a Bloomingtonite. I've been here for 57 years. I love Bloomington. Over the years, I've served on numerous city commissions as give back for what the city has given me. During my tenure on the Plan Commission under the Hamilton administration, I gave a newspaper interview. I was asked by the Herald Telephone what I thought should be done with the now Hopewell property. I said it should become a neighborhood like those north and south of it, Prospect Hill and McDowell Gardens. It should all be single-family housing. That was anathema to the administration. It said that my idea was crazy and unworkable. It wanted multiple large multi-story buildings with townhouses to buy or apartments to rent and construction by one or two large out-of-town developers. As a gesture to the neighborhood, it allocated one small section on the south boundary across from McDowell for a few single-family homes. After many years have passed, a new idea has developed under the Thomson administration, a section dedicated to single-family housing in the same small area with the difference of zoning in place and a pick list of housing types and by right building. It offers the density cities demand, ease of obtaining a building permission, relatively low buy-in, and the opportunity for local contractor participation. I hope you'll pass it. I believe it will prove the best pattern for development in Hopewell. I don't know if Mayor Thompson plans to develop this pattern more widely in Hopewell, but I will encourage her to. What would be more appropriate than extending the fabric of Bloomington community across Hopewell, creating an exciting new neighborhood of single-family homes nestled among traditional neighborhoods of the city? Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jason Bell. I'm the Executive Director of the Builders Association. I wrote a whole bunch up, but I think most of it's been covered tonight. So I just wanted to say that, we all know the challenges that the community faces with housing. Housing costs are on the rise, construction costs remain high, financing is complex, families struggling to find obtainable, family-friendly housing. Hopewell, I think, is a direct answer to that, those concerns. I get phone calls every day. I literally, at least every day, if not twice, 3 times a day, from people in the community that work here, but they can't live here. This is the answer. The building association supports the mayor, supports this. This is what we need for our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have time for one more comment.
Ready? I'm gonna try to keep this pretty short and simple. I've worked with Cook, or my company's worked with Cook, as well as we've right now currently working with Chris Smith over at Harmon Farms. And we talk about this word affordable. Okay, I'm going to tell you what it means to me. It means the average working family can afford this house. In working with both of those, we have created those. I know that with Cook, most of those homes were around $60,000 below market value that they were being sold at. In Harmon Farms, we just sold a house for $290,000. 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage. It's something people can afford that are in the working class. And when I look through some of the pricing that I've seen in some of this, they seem to be covering a wide variety. It seems to be realistic with their numbers. When I look at it, I say, yes, I think it can be built for that. That can really happen. And I'm excited to find something that would reach out to the people that are working, that are paying taxes, that are doing things in this community, that are the vibrant part of the community, actually having an opportunity to find a place here that's affordable to live. I think that, like any project, it's going to have great things, it's going to have not so great things, but overall, I believe it's a good thing that the mayor is trying to do here to put some affordable housing in the middle of downtown Bloomington.
Thank you so much. Unless there's any motions, that should conclude our time of public comment. I hope he's, Councilmember Salzberg, sorry.
Well, I do have a motion, but it's unrelated to public comment. Should I go ahead?
No, we're not. At the time. So. Go ahead. And let me just make a quick comment then. I'm sorry for the people online. We'd set the time for 30 minutes. Folks extended it. There's no motion on the floor to extend it. I cannot make motions, so.
I would like to move to postpone further consideration of ordinance 2026-06 to our next regular session on March 25th.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please, Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, while I am generally favorable of this proposal and I hear the overwhelming support for it, I think there are still some critical details that are not clear. And there have already been 2 reasonable conditions that have been mentioned by colleagues, and there may be others that we might want to impose in order to make this a better project. And certainly there are a lot of things that I don't quite understand how they're going to work once this is built. So we really do need to take our time with this. We normally would do 2 readings. And so it would be highly unusual to pass this on the first reading, which is tonight. So I would encourage my colleagues to have another meeting where we could, between now and then, get some of our questions answered and bring forward some reasonable conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Salzberg.
I guess I'll go ahead and explain the reasoning for my motion too, especially because there are so many public commenters who encouraged us to just vote on this tonight. I guess I first want to say I'm a little frustrated that we started out this presentation being threatened with greater costs in order unless we vote tonight, because as Councilmember Piedmont Smith said, it is unusual for us to only deal with a PUD in 1 reading. I appreciate that there are lots of steps to a PUD, but the petitioner knew this when they began going down this road. And council is one of the steps, and I consider it a responsibility of council and a responsibility of myself as a council member to do my due diligence on this. And it is doing a disservice to this community if, as a council representative, I do not ensure that this is the best way to do things. Okay, and we have a lot of people here, clearly, as one of the earlier commenters said, that are here about flock, and this idea of trusting the government to do the best thing. And if this was a private petitioner, I don't think anybody would have been standing up at that mic today saying, hurry up and push it through. And the only reason why people were is because, well, it's like our local government and we trust them, right? And it's not that I'm doubting my trust in our administration, in the staff that have worked on this project, in the RDC, but I think that as another branch of the government, I think that we have to do extra diligence to cross our T's and dot our I's, because we are monitoring ourselves right now. And there have been lots of recent examples, not local examples per se, but at state and federal levels where monitoring ourselves in terms of government is not working out very well. And so the least I can do is make sure that the documentation matches the intent of the project, and that moving forward, regardless of who is in the seats of the administration, the project is going to move forward as intended in terms of affordability, in terms of building structures, in terms of how it's supposed to serve Bloomington, the people who live here and the people who want to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rallo.
Thank you. I generally support this petition, and I appreciate the work that's been done, but I also support the postponement to consider reasonable conditions. I will suspend judgment on those specifics until my colleagues bring them forward, but I respect their ability to do it. And I'm a little bit puzzled by the assertion that we should simply approve this without a modest process of a couple weeks, which is standard practice. And we've been waiting, by the way, for this for a couple of years. So we're not to blame in terms of delay. This has been going on for some time. It's not our fault, just landed in our lap. So it's an important PUD. It's permanent. It's permanent. And it's significant and it's vital for our community and it deserves due consideration. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Other comments? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor,
Excuse me, excuse me.
sorry,
Just
where's there?
it's
the-
here.
Sorry,
Attorney,
sorry.
attorney.
It came as, you know, as an angel from the sky. Go.
There's no pending motion on the floor right now to postpone, so.
I think there was a motion to postpone in a second.
No, I know, but the motion to postpone typically is made when there is a main motion, so.
Yes.
I mean, one alternative at this point would be to make a motion to move ordinance 2026-06 to second reading, or there may be other motions that may be appropriate too.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Please, Councilmember Strasburg.
Knowing that, then I'll withdraw my motion and instead make a motion to move ordinance 2026-06 to second reading at our next regular session on March 25th.
Second.
Does that meet the qualification, Attorney Lehner?
I think that works.
Thank you.
All right, there's a motion to move to March 25th. Are there any comments? I'll just make one that I think at some point it was mentioned that that Ali is not able to attend at the 25th. Did I hear that correctly? Was this and that's correct? Okay, so I mean that consideration, and I don't know if it's appropriate to ask questions at this time, but so just that. I mean, maybe just something for us to consider is that whether we want to postpone. Yeah, so.
I think usually we only postpone things for one meeting, and then if it needs to be postponed the next time, then we should advertise that we're not going to talk about it, that we're going to postpone it. But given the number of public commenters tonight and that nobody got there on Zoom, we might just want to hear public comment, even if there are questions that would remain unanswered by Ally's absence. I also, though, think that if we manage to submit questions prior, then perhaps staff that are available on that day would be able to pass forward answers.
Any other questions or comments? Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing no questions or comments, we will move to a vote. So all those in favor of okay.
Roll call.
It's been requested that we do a roll call. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Flaherty,
Yes.
Salzberg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
No.
Asari,
No?
Daly,
No.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger.
Yes.
That motion carries 6-3. So we will discuss this again on our March 25th meeting. Thank you all very much for your time. All right, we will now move on to items for second reading and resolutions. Are there any motions?
I move that resolution 2026-04 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only, please.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Will the clerk please read?
Resolution 2026-04, a resolution establishing immediate transparency, limits, and a public review process for automated license plate reader technology in Bloomington. The synopsis reads, this resolution, sponsored by Councilmember Asari, requires the Chief of Police and Office of the Mayor to brief the Common Council on the City of Bloomington's Automated License Plate Reader ALPR program with specified information provided in plain language writing. It also calls on the Office of the Mayor to impose immediate pause on any expansion of the ALPR program until the briefing is completed. Finally, this resolution states the Common Council's intent to consider adoption of an ordinance to establish durable rules governing acquisition and use of ALPR technology by the City of Bloomington.
Thank you very much. And because I wrote this, I will hand the gavel over to Councilmember Daly.
I move Resolution 2026-04 be adopted.
Second.
All right, you're in charge.
Sorry to interrupt. All right. Thank you very much. I don't need to hold this. Would you like to present as the resolution sponsor?
Yeah, just super quickly, I wrote a bit about this in our last packet, so I don't think any of this needs to take too much time, so we can go to public comment and wrap up. But I think I'd like to just frame the purpose and the approach of this resolution. For those who wouldn't be familiar, ALPR systems, I think, are becoming increasingly common across the country, often deployed with what people would say are legitimate goals, which is like things like recovering stolen vehicles, assisting in missing person cases, generating leads in serious crimes, helping public safety agencies operate more efficiently, and yada, yada. And I think that those are real public goods, and they deserve to be acknowledged. But the central question before us is not whether public safety matters. Of course it does. I think the question is how we pursue it, what capabilities we build, what risks we accept, what limits we place on ourselves when technology expands the reach of institutional power. I think generally that we should avoid a common trap in technology, which is this sort of idea that any potential benefit, no matter how small, is sufficient justification for something. When we're dealing with tools that collect large amounts of data of any sort, or particularly location-linked information about residents and visitors, many of whom are not suspected of wrongdoing, it might help sometimes, cannot be our governing standard. Benefits should be demonstrated, not presumed, and they should decisively outweigh the civil liberties, security, and governance risks that are created by the system itself. So the resolution before you tonight is intended as a first step toward responsible governance in this space. It does three things. First, it establishes a shared premise that technologies capable of collecting large volumes of location-based data require a higher level of transparency and democratic oversight than ordinary municipal tools. Second, it initiates a structured process of inquiry. It asks for a public briefing and written materials so that the council and the community can understand the program as it exists today, its scope, its cost, its retention policies, its access controls, its auditing practices, and its data sharing pathways. In other words, the due diligence required to make informed decisions in daylight. I will note here that several members of the public submitted to us a sort of shared, a joint written report noting multiple times where they have sought information under the Freedom of Information Act, and that's been obscured or not accessible to them in certain cases. And third, it signals the council's intent to develop durable and enforceable rules governing ALPR and similar technologies in Bloomington, rules that would apply regardless of vendor. Now, this point I think is quite important. I know that right now the sort of reaction is to a particular vendor, and I have particular thoughts about the particular vendor, but we need to think in a broader sense that it's not just maybe a concern with this vendor, but about the use and governance of this technology in Bloomington sort of at all. And so to me, the deeper question is whether institutions are prepared to govern technologies that will only become more powerful and more common over time. And so I think this is sort of the first sort of first step here, and it's the spirit in which this resolution was drafted, and I look forward to the discussion.
All right. Thank you very much. Before we move to questions, do we want to introduce Amendment 1 first up? Because it was just a small part that kind of plays into the rest of it. It doesn't make a huge change, but I think an important one. So before we move to discussion, Councilmember Piedmont Smith, would you like to introduce your amendment?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Amendment 1 to Resolution 2026-04.
Second.
Amendment 1 just gives a 6-week deadline for the mayor's administration to give us the public briefing that is outlined in the resolution.
Thank you. Any questions about Amendment 1? Councilmember Stossberg.
I think this is a question for President Asari about Amendment 1. Is there because of spring break, our next regular session is already like 3 weeks away. So in terms of like space on the future agendas to present, does that 6-week timeframe work?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
Wonderful, thanks. Any other questions on Amendment 1 only? No? Seeing none? All right. We can then move to public comment on just the amendment, giving us the 6-week timeframe for the response from the administration. So would anybody like to speak from the public on just Amendment 1 only? You'll have an opportunity to speak on the broader resolution in just a moment. Amendment 1? Yes? Okay, come on to the podium. Thank you. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and take it away.
My name is Robert Holm. I think Amendment 1 makes eminent sense. I think any deadline is better than no deadline, and I certainly leave it to the judgment of the council and the administration what deadline is appropriate. Thank you.
Short and sweet. Thank you. Any other comments in chambers? Anybody online looking to make a comment on Amendment 1? All right.
No.
Thank you very much. Any council member comment before we move to a vote on Amendment 1? Councilmember Strasburg.
I'll also echo the public commenter, and I appreciate Councilmember Piedmont Smith putting a deadline on it. It's a good idea. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right. Can we just do a voice vote on this one? Or do we have to do roll call? Roll call?
Roll call.
All right. Clerk Williamson, would you mind taking roll, please? Oh. We don't need a, yeah.
Councilmember Strasburg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Sorry,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff, Rosenbarger, Flaherty.
Yes.
And that passes 8-0. Councilmember Rosenbarger was out of the room. All right, thank you. So now we're moving back to the broader resolution as a whole, Resolution 2026-04. Any council member questions for Councilmember Asari? We're speechless. No questions? Oh, thank you.
I would like to hear from the public, so I'm getting any questions.
Okay. Well then, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce public comment on Resolution 2026-04. Please come up to the microphone in an orderly fashion. No pushing, no shoving, no name calling. Be kind to your neighbor. Remember to sign in, state your name, and you have 3 minutes. Do we have 30 minutes set aside for this? Do we know? We don't have anything. See, you guys are good. All right, thank you. Whenever you're ready.
All righty, thank you for your time. Hello, I'm Sam Dixon, a local worker here. Just had some comments about the flock issue in general and about the resolution. First of all, thank you, council, for bringing this forward. I think it brings transparency that has been direly lacking with the application of this technology for a considerable amount of time. I appreciate the deadline being added. It's a good first step towards understanding where we even at. The public has not been able to access the contracts. The public has been received with obfuscation and stonewalling by the mayor. And generally, we don't get a sense of trust. Do you really think we would expect a contract, a piece of paper, to protect us from unlawful actors like ICE? These fascists are shredding up other pieces of paper like the Constitution. They are destroying our rights. I do not feel safe with the presence of flock in town. I think that's a very common viewpoint. As a person of color, I know this is used to track me, to assess political dissidents, to clamp down on our civil liberties. I think it's terrible. So I think step one, we need to cut the contracts. I know that's not up to you, council. That's up to the mayor. Step two, we need to ban flock and similar technologies. I would like to see us go there. I would like to see us go further and to see a binding ordinance, which I appreciate. I feel that there's an effort from the council and from the public in that direction. Just a couple more things, details. About the rolling 30-day retention period of video. This is one of the obfuscations that we get from the mayor's office commonly. Oh, we don't save the data, it's 30 days, and then it's deleted. Technically, that's true. That's because of storage capacity. Video data is extremely large and difficult to store. There's no limit on what is scraped through the video data through AI programs. There is no limit to what the AI can turn out of said video data. They can profile many things about you. That's derivative data that's way easier to store. Who knows where that's being used? Flock is simply a purveyor of this data to whomever is a high bidder or whomever is cozying up to the Trump regime. And it's an easy cash grab for fascist dollars. So I think we need to march towards banning the technology in general. The existence of this technology is a threat to our safety. This type of data should not be taken at all. It cannot be entrusted with law enforcement, and it cannot be entrusted with our leaders at many levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next member of the public, please sign in and state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Really close. Oh, there we go. My name is Susan Brackney. I appreciate your willingness to consider putting limits and public review on ALPRs in Bloomington. License plate reading is one level of invasiveness. If you look into what the Condor pan tilt zoom cameras are able to do, it will curl your hair. I think there are a couple in that contract. Where is the mayor? I wish she had stayed for this. I hope you're around. This is important. This issue is bigger than just that camera. Focusing on Bloomington's use of one system or one company in isolation is not enough. If you use Flock's technology alongside facial recognition software, you've got yourself a live real-time dragnet. City councils like you in New Orleans, Austin, and San Francisco put laws in place to ban the use of facial recognition software by the police. And in New York, the city police leadership barred officers from using facial recognition programs too. And in each of those cases, they all found workarounds, like asking buddies in different jurisdictions to run facial recognition searches for them. So that's not helpful. The advancement of these technologies has far outpaced our ability to establish proper guardrails and protections. If our experience is anything like that of those other municipalities, Flock security could end up costing the city millions of dollars in legal fees. Because it could be argued that combining these technologies in these ways violates our rights under the Constitution. And I know that these cases have been going to court. So that's another thing to think about. Thanks again for being thoughtful about this very important issue. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next member, please sign in and state your name for the podium. You have, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Testing. All right. My name is Joffrey Livingston. I am a resident and I work here in Bloomington. I want to reiterate that transparency about these contracts should be a given. Transparency should be an inherent part of the relationship between people and government. And there will be many criticisms levied against Flock and ALPRs in general tonight. But I think the reality is that we must, once again, I also want to reiterate that the council does not make this decision. The mayor, who was present in this room and is no longer present in this room for just this item alone, is the one who makes this decision. But we must divest from this contract. Fundamentally, this is about our city and its compliance with increasingly militant, increasingly weaponized technology and its use against citizens. From 2024 and now forward, our history as a city and further will be marked by collective resistance to American imperialism and the tech billionaires that fund it. Bloomington is historically a progressive, cultured town full of art, ideas, community, life. But now our country is at war again, and we are good at football. So that means, among other things, an increase of military training, increasing military facilities being built to train, all of this down a funnel that who knows where we'll go. But this is just one small part of that siphon that can suck all the life out of our city and distract from the rights of our people that we should be focusing on. The contract belongs in the shredder, and Mayor Thomson belongs in this room. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Just one quick note, while our commenters are speaking, please do try to refrain from reacting during their comments because you do take away from their time and that might be a little unfair to them, no matter how much you agree. I appreciate that. We're actually going to move to check on Zoom quickly to see if we have any Zoom commenters waiting.
We have one waiting. I'll
Perfect.
unmute them now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead whenever you're ready. Please remember to state your name if you feel comfortable.
Hey, my name is Pat Wall. I'm a Bloomington resident. And I don't have that much to say because I'm on Zoom. I'm not in the room. It's a little different. But this technology is just so cartoonishly evil on its face. Like, this is exactly the technology that we all know is bad. When we think about a totalitarian society, we see it in our science fiction movies, whatever. This is that technology. And so I know why the mayor had to leave. It's because she is back at home twirling her mustache and tying up James Bond over a Shark Tank, because that's the kind of people that use this technology. And yeah, that's what I got to say. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next commenter in the room. Thank you.
Try now? Okay, wonderful, thank you. Could I have my time reset? Thank you. Hello, my name is Sarah Owen. I am the Community Engagement Coordinator for the Exodus Refugee Immigration Office here in Bloomington. Exodus is here tonight to make clear to the City Council and to the Mayor that we are asking for the flock contract to be terminated in full. With regard to this ongoing discussion about the contract, we ask you to consider everyone's investment in the matter. Firstly, Flock is a private company selling you a product so they can make a profit, and that is the extent of their interest in this matter. The language on their website is simply a matter of PR. They state that Flock does not share data with ICE. That does not mean that ICE or the federal government does not have access to that data. In fact, there's already a clear and established pattern that is happening across the country. And following these comments today, Exodus will be providing documentation of that pattern to the council. The BPD is tasked with public safety and therefore advocates for the use of flock cameras for the sake of investigating crimes. However, we respectfully contend that they may not be considering the larger ramifications. To be clear, we empathize with the objectives of maintaining public safety, but the more that our city invests in data collection, allies with profit-driven companies, and fails to take a firm stand on our community's basic rights, the less likely our immigrant community will feel safe to utilize police for when they themselves are victims of a crime. In essence, continued use of tools such as the flock cameras erodes trust between immigrants in the community and public safety officials. Meanwhile, Exodus and organizations like us, we are your frontline experts on how legislative decisions at the federal, state, and local levels are impacting Bloomington's immigrant community. Your experts in immigration are telling you that these cameras pose a direct threat to the safety of our immigrant neighbors. The people in power at the federal level have already demonstrated a flagrant disregard for the law and civil liberties and have shown that they will not hesitate to run roughshod over people's privacy for the sake of scoring political points with their base. Furthermore, they have shown unfettered hostility towards the targeting of immigrants and people of color, regardless of their immigration or citizenship status. Flock cameras were initially installed in the summer and fall of 2024, and we implore the City Council and the Mayor to consider how different the landscape is now, barely a year and a half later. For any public official who believes that there is a safe or secure way to continue this contract with Flock, we will not accept passive wording or language about compromise to soothe the conscience of our community. We do not believe that such measures will meaningfully protect our immigrant neighbors. With the passing of SB 76 expected to enter into state law by the end of this week, what are you going to do, not if, but when, the state comes to collect flock data to track down the next 5-year-old child and place them in a detention center, or perhaps the child's father, whom they may never see again? Please don't look away at what is happening in this country. Protect immigrants and protect our community with clear, decisive action and eliminate this contract.
Thank you very much. Next speaker at the podium, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Nancy Goswami, and I'm here to ask you to divest from this flock contract. Some things that I have read on the ACLU website is that they have been collaborating or coordinating with ICE. Also, some other concerns from the Electronic Frontier Foundation is that these kinds of systems enables surveillance of protesters, which is our right, and according to the Constitution, that this regime, the current regime, is trying to clamp down on our peaceful protest. That also allows for biased policing and discriminatory searches, weaponizing surveillance against reproductive rights by monitoring license plates and their travel, where they're going. But this company also has in the works, they have drones available on their website. And we know what drones are doing right now over in the Middle East, and potential for hacking from, bad characters, international, other countries. Also, I just want to remind everyone that something that Ben Franklin said, one who gives up a little bit of freedom for a little bit of safety deserves neither. And from what I see that what's going on in our country right now, I don't think it's the working people that need to be surveilled. I am abiding by the Constitution. And I think the surveillors, who's going to be surveilling them? And who's going to be keeping up with what they're doing with our personal information? We already know that Elon Musk and his little doggy boys went in, they have all of our information, our social security information, everything they know everything about us. Even they're turning over voting rolls to DC. So, and then now we're gonna have them monitoring what we're talking about on the streets and my coming and going, if I'm going, around Bloomington. We don't need to be surveilled. We're not the ones that need to be surveilled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Does the other one work? There's another microphone there. Oh my gosh. This has never happened before.
Maybe now? Hey. Okay, no problem. My name is Robert Holm.
thank you to the council members, especially Councilmember Sare for introducing this measure, and Councilmember Piedmont Smith for the amendment. I'd like to echo the sentiments that are in both the preamble of the measure and which Councilmember Sare shared with us verbally. I particularly think that the standard that the benefits, although they may be real, should decisively outweigh the cost to civil liberties, especially privacy, is a very appropriate standard, and I do not believe that it is met in this case. If I had one particular suggestion for the measure, although I would be happy to see it adopted with or without this, some of the particulars which the city and BPD are asked to report on in, I believe, Section 4, such as the retention period of the data and the access controls to the data, I would love to see the city and BPD required to report on that distinctly for how those apply to the city and its agencies, including BPD, how that applies to Flock, and how that applies to Flock's other customers, because I think it exposes some of the concerns that have been expressed by the other commenters. If we had to provide separate answers for instance, the city retains our data for so long, Flock retains our data according to what they say for so long, and Flock's other customers who may have access to that data retain it, who can say how long. What access controls are being put in place by the city versus by Flock versus by anyone else who may legally or through hacking have access to that data. I think that clarifying that in that way, it could be very insightful. I also appreciate what Councilmember Sare said, that it's important not to lose sight of crafting durable rules for ALPR and Flock's other technologies, such as facial recognition, in general, due to the specifics of one vendor and one current situation. But I do think that it's important to consider the urgency of the current situation as well. With that in mind, I would ask the council members to please vote in favor of this measure, to please continue to pursue this issue diligently, and say that I personally would be very happy with both a termination of our contract with Flock specifically, and with very stringent measures or an outright ban on technologies like this in general going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next public commenter, please remember to sign in and state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kevin Pence. I live and work in Bloomington. I'm here in support of this resolution. However, I want to be known that these proposals for simple transparency and mild restrictions are just scratching the surface. These contracts with Flock must end immediately. I'd like to give you all a clear picture of the type of company the city of Bloomington, Monroe County, and IU are all partnering with. At the end of this last year, a YouTuber by the name of Ben Jordan and a team of technology researchers discovered, among other things, that 60 Flock Condor cameras were streaming directly to the open internet. This admin portal required absolutely no credentials to be accessed. It was not hacked. There was not a vulnerability exposed. The portal was open for anyone and everyone to see. There you could find all 60 cameras worth of live feeds, as well as the past 30 days worth of 24/7 video recording. This vulnerability was just one egregious example among many that Flock failed to discover until the public pointed it out. In December of last year, a PR-style email went to the Bloomington Police Department from Garrett Langley, the founder and CEO of Flock Safety, starting off with, Flock has never been hacked ever, quote. The email then goes on to claim that concerned citizens are using public record requests as, quote, a weapon against law enforcement. It's all nonsense to deflect from their negligence and lack of any accountability. I don't trust Flock Safety or any tech bro company for that matter with this type of AI-enhanced searchable database of our whereabouts. The mere existence of these cameras is an encroachment and an imminent threat to our civil liberties, and that is only exacerbated by the passing of Senate Bill 76. The implementation of government surveillance in Bloomington is step one of compliance with fascism in advance, which is why the city should end these contracts right now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have any commenters on Zoom? I'm just going to quickly check before we move on. Is there anybody waiting on Zoom to comment?
Yes, there are 2 commenters.
Okay, we'll go to one comment on Zoom and then we'll come back to here in chambers. Thank you for your patience. All right, on Zoom, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Hi, can you all hear me?
You're good to go.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Paquette. I am a longtime resident of Bloomington. There are a lot of people are bringing up a lot of really good points about flocks, so I won't belabor them. But I would like to just share a personal story. I live on a block where there is a flock camera. For the last approximately year, this camera has watched my comings and goings every single day. It has tracked the license plates of all of the vehicles I share with my family. It knows what my dog looks like. We're living in a time where our current administration has declared anti-fascists as domestic terrorists. As someone who's involved in activism, I'm not particularly comfortable with having my cars and my face and my daily whereabouts tracked and logged by a company with very little accountability over who has jurisdiction to that information. There are so many really, really good, really important arguments about collaboration with ICE, but none of our rights matter right now. And for our city to be allowing the placement of these cameras that just continue to watch us every single day in our current climate is just so scary. And I think it should be scary for all of us. That said, I really appreciate this resolution. I really appreciate the work that you are all doing right now. And I hope that the mayor is listening, and I hope that we can keep this moving forward and just completely cut this contract. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Coming back to here in chambers, next speaker, you may begin whenever you're ready. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. I'm Liliana Young, House District 61 candidate and a proud city commissioner. When it comes to issues of surveillance and data gathering, there is no reason why the city never gave its residents an opportunity to weigh in on this before such a program was put in place. It is the lowest possible standard the city could achieve. But here we are, now living in a Bloomington directly tied to the expansion of the surveillance state, directly tied to the scraping and selling of personal data, directly tied to the aiding and abetting of agencies like ICE, which have brought nothing but pain and death to communities across this nation. So since we weren't given an opportunity to weigh in on this ahead of time, I hope you are hearing us tonight, that we do not want these systems in our city, that we don't believe the benefits outweigh the costs, and putting limitations in place simply isn't enough. Ultimately, the contract must be cut. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming back here in chambers, you have 3 minutes. You may start when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Cereza Knox. I'm a local drag performer here in Bloomington. I came here 5 years ago, loving this city. The fact that Flock is here has made me hate it. And where's the mayor for us to ask our questions? She left the room the second that this was brought up because she is the one that signed that contract. She is the one that allowed a dangerous tracking system into our city to keep paying attention to everybody who has done nothing wrong. We are here to live. We are here to work. We are here to love and have our families. And we are being stripped away from them. Mothers, fathers, children, grandparents, the elderly, ripped away from their families, their homes, their schools. And we are sitting here debating about whether or not this contract should be here. It should have never been allowed to begin with. And the biggest question I have is whenever Flock is gone and the next company just like it comes in, is that one also going to be allowed in? And then all of us have to come back to this room and tell every single member of this city's government that we don't want it here, that we never wanted it here, but nobody cared what we thought to start. I am telling you now, whether you cared before or whether you still don't now. If it becomes your family, is that the time that you care? When it becomes your friend, is that the time that you care? Because if you do have the passion and the care and the love for this city that you spoke about at the beginning of this entire, 3-hour meeting, then you would push Flock out and you never would have signed that contract. And the mayor would have never left this room the second that it came up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have one more here in chambers and then we'll go back to Zoom after this next speaker. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Ryan. I am a researcher at IU. If it's okay, can anybody who supports canceling this contract raise their hand? Okay, that's kind of what I thought. I think that's what we all thought. So I was hoping that Mayor Thomson would be here to hear this, but if she wants to expedite the Hopewell neighborhood, then maybe she should just cancel this Flock contract so we don't waste time discussing something that's objectively a violation of our privacy. I think that she wants a legacy to leave, which is admirable, and maybe her legacy could be the mayor that said no to bringing fascism into Bloomington. And just one last thing I want to say, a little joke maybe, but I think that in the context of this federal administration, we can draw our own conclusions from Flock. If it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, if it's literally called Flock, maybe it's a fascist duck. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll go to, I believe we have at least one more commenter on Zoom. Yeah.
Paul Russo, I'm going to allow you to unmute yourself.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. I support Paul Russo, Bloomington resident. I support a complete prohibition on all ALPR technology in Bloomington. My only contribution to the discussion is to remind or inform everyone that anyone who uses a cell phone is already under surveillance by the US security state. Edward Snowden explained to everyone in 2013 that the National Security Agency has a policy that was summed up by the phrase, collect it all. And by all, they mean all the metadata. So these license plate readers would simply augment what has already been going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come back here in chambers. Next speaker, you may step up to the podium. Make sure you do sign in and you have 3 minutes.
I signed in.
You're amazing.
Excellent. My name is Bryce, and I'm going to keep it short because I think you all know what the people here think. You know, Flock is bad. If you want to fight fascism, you don't want to give fascism the infrastructure to exist. But of course, I also want to note that this mandated inquiry, this mandated period of information from the mayor is not enough. I think the city council should do a lot more in using its statutory power to ban something like this from ever becoming an option in this town. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Next speaker here in chambers, you may step up and begin whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is Daisy Din. I agree with the stuff that all the people who spoke before me said. We don't need a tool of, tracking our movements. This surveillance technology we don't need that. And it's not secure. We know that, okay, the cops shouldn't have access to this data, but no one else should have access to the data either. And it's not just the cops, it's ICE, it's, all sorts of independent and institutionalized forms of fascism that have access to this data. And we really should be encouraging the mayor, to not be doing stuff like this. So whatever power that the city council has, I say, use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker here in chambers, you may step up. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Graham Baker. This is my first year in Bloomington, and I've already seen just how amazing this community is. And the prospect of these automated license plate identification cameras, it really scares me. And I think it should scare all of you. I'm sure it does scare a lot of people here. Um, I mean, of course, the ties to ICE are incredibly terrifying. Giving them this much information about everyone in our community, I mean, I'm scared. I'm scared for me. I'm scared for my friends of color. I'm scared for my friends that are international students. And I'm scared for all of the people that have lived here for years. I also wanted to address, I can understand from a certain angle why this might seem appealing. I mean, crime is always something to be worked. The prospect of being able to decrease crime like this can sound very enticing, but when it comes at the cost of all of these eyes in the city, that's not a cost that we should be willing to pay. I support, and I think I know I'm far from the only one that supports any and every step that can be taken to cancel contracts with Flock and prevent any of this technology from existing in Bloomington. Even if you think this isn't something that will affect you, and it absolutely will, even if you're not concerned about your privacy, what happens if you're living your life and the sorts of things that you're doing, like the places you're going, are started to be considered suspicious? Even if you are innocent, if you've done nothing wrong, what if you're driving to a protest or even through an area where a protest was committed? What if you're going to see, I'm sorry, yes, it's very easy for all of this data about you to be collected. And the fact that your license plate could even be misidentified, you could be painted as guilty of something you didn't do because the system didn't flag you correctly. This could happen to anyone here. I'm really passionate about this issue to the point I walked more than 40 minutes during a thunderstorm to come to this meeting, and I'm I'm sure I'm not the only one, but I think that it speaks volumes to how important it is that we really and truly try and get Flock and any other automated license plate identification out of this community. Thank you so much.
I wasn't on that time. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Olivia Soto. I'm a sophomore at IU, and I'm originally from Fort Wayne, so, love Indiana. And I really appreciate, your guys' attention in this long meeting and just being here and everybody else being here. I was in the hallway for a little bit, so I don't know exactly if this topic was brought up, but the one thing that does concern me with any surveillance, like mass surveillance cameras, is who runs them. And as we've seen with the Epstein files, there are people that exist who look for very horrific material and of children, of people, and try to get their hands in every single large corporation. So just like, Elon Musk, Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, they're all, billionaires or very high up people. And who's to say that the CEO or the owners of these large surveillance companies are not also involved in that community of people who look for these horrific things of children and young people, especially as a female student at IU. Just, it just concerns me that these companies could be affiliated with people like Epstein. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody waiting on Zoom?
We do. We have 4 hands raised right now.
Okay, great. We'll take one more from Zoom at the moment, and then we'll come back here in chambers. So on Zoom, you are free to unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Hope you can hear me. My name is Paul Meyer. I'm not going to speak about the impact on minorities or constitutional and civil rights violations caused by the cameras. I think because those points have been made and will probably be made by others. Instead, I want to focus on how these cameras affect people who don't worry about mass surveillance or immigration or otherwise support their use for law enforcement. Mainly, these cameras are incredibly and demonstrably insecure. As a previous commenter mentioned, you can find videos online that not only show their security flaws, but that give instructions on how to access them. There is no two-factor authentication in most of these cameras that have been tested, meaning they have less security than your personal email. So what does this mean? Anyone with basic technical ability who can follow instructions can access information such as live camera feeds, historical data tied to vehicle and in some cases face identity, and know information about government departments that use the system, such as tracking every police squad car. This means that such access could give anyone the ability to stalk others, including those they know personally or in public life. It could also allow them to target police officers or simply avoid areas where patrols may be active. Flock has been documented being unresponsive to providing security patches when vulnerabilities have been identified, suggesting that they are in the business of information brokering rather than security. So I would ask that you look into these known issues yourself, consider the risks associated with this wanton mass surveillance, and gauge the level of accountability that this government holds when it's wielded against its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come back here in chambers. We're going to start doing it every other for now, since we have a line on Zoom as well now. So you may go next. You have 3 minutes. Apologize for the fact that
Would I be able to have my time reset? Okay, thank you. So yes, my name is Nicholas Heller, and I know this meeting isn't necessarily about Flock. It's about what is it, ARPLs in general. And I know that it is possible that we could use a company that uses this technology perfectly and ethically and honestly. But as we've seen, you know, people get greedy and it doesn't always work that way. But even if it was used in a perfectly ethical way, I just don't think that the potential for it to be used badly significantly outweighs the potential dangers. Like, yes, being able to find stolen cars or keep people accountable for traffic violations could be helpful, but it's not worth it in the long run. I also wanted to talk about the potential effects on the broader United States and world. I know some of these systems use AI, and data centers for AI have a significant pull on electricity and water in the cities that they are in, which causes a lot of price raising for electricity and water for homes around there. And it sometimes steals water, so people can't even, you know, get a proper flow through their faucet. And I just think that it's important to note that the decisions we make in Bloomington could have an effect on the broader community and humanity as a whole. And I think that's important to note. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to our next commenter on Zoom, please.
Howdy. Name's Eric. I just thought I would share my experience with a flock camera. I was driving back home to Bloomington a few months back from northern Indiana, and I was flagged by a flock camera with an errant report on it due to a clerical error stating that I had no license and that I never had a license, actually, it seemed to say. But as a result, I was pulled over by no less than 4 state troopers with no violent history. I have no record of violence. So you can imagine how this might turn out for a targeted individual. After about 25 minutes, they did let me go. They let me go because I had a passenger who they said had no problem with their license. So they let her drive, but they told me that they would arrest me the next day in Bloomington if my story of having a license ended up not being true. So anyway, that is my story. Take it as you will.
Thank you for sharing. Next commenter here in chambers. You can go whenever you're ready. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Matt Gleason. I wanted to start by saying there's no privacy preserving way to do mass public surveillance, but if the city wanted a way to do that, I feel that the city should have taken the responsibility for conducting it in-house with their own cameras, their own servers, and put the power of the system and the responsibility to steward the data and the surveillance in the same hands, with stricter, and accountability to the city and citizens and city council as far as data use, data retention, and what is done with it. I know there's an argument for these things for use, to gather evidence for use in criminal cases. But I feel that if we wanted that power, we should, do the work to produce that power ourselves rather than outsourcing it to a company that cannot be trusted to protect our privacy and be accountable to us.
Thank you very much. We'll go back to our next commenter on Zoom, please.
Hi, this is Casey Green. I know several of you've heard me comment in the past, and I'd like to come from a different perspective, which is that I think this is a good first bare minimum step, and the impacts could not be, overestimated. But I'd like to introduce the question of what requires us to use the cameras. Like, let's say we can't cancel the contract because city council can't have that impact. It feels like we're in a sunk cost bias situation here. I would rather pay for cameras that we require to be dismantled and stored in a storage unit than deployed. Is there something in the contract that requires us to deploy the cameras? And if there is, that begs a very different question. So I would say I would fully support this, but I would also support us being more creative. And if the mayor would like to continue paying for cameras that we have dismantled and stored, then let her account for that expenditure herself.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker here in chambers. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Allie Sigelnik. I live and teach and study in Bloomington. I do really appreciate the resolution once again as that first step towards transparency. And given that the mayor left, I want to talk to you as the council more generally about surveillance. And I also do want to take a few seconds of my time to remind all of us that if the mayor did leave because she didn't want to listen to us talk about it, while it is unfortunate, that doesn't mean we don't have power. That means we have so much power together that she can't even look at us talk. Anyway, not only do we need transparency, we need to divest from Flock entirely and think critically about surveillance at large. As Councilperson Azari opened up discussion of this resolution with, ALPR and other forms of surveillance are most often they're advocated with in terms of public safety. And I want to remind all of you that every time public safety gets brought up as an argument, we need to be really critical of safety for who, and who is supposedly being safer, who is being protected by this. We know very well that when it comes to Flock and many, many other surveillance and policing measures, they do not increase safety. They actually increase harm and violence to many and practically all of us. And the only effect on safety in a positive way, in quotes, is the feelings of safety for the most marginalized among us. And then the most direct harm and violence comes on the most marginalized, specifically with Flock, as always, Black, brown, trans, disabled, immigrants, and more, and all of the many people in our very town that occupy multiple of those categories all receive the most harm and are already affected by the Flock cameras and the other forms of surveillance we use. So while I appreciate as well that the resolution applies to more vendors than Flock, because as other people have pointed out, other companies, other programs, while they may not be as cartoonishly evil as Flock, they still have the ability to do very similar things and lead us to very similar scary places. So since the mayor is no longer in the room with us and all of you are, I urge you as council members to take any hesitancy towards flock specifically, towards the specific use of cameras, and apply it to not just new forms of surveillance, but the forms of surveillance that have become very normalized to us as various studies, individual accounts, and time again, it has been proven that those do not increase safety for the majority of us and actually increase harm. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We're going to move back on over to Zoom for our next Zoom commenter.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Badger. I've lived in Bloomington for 20 years and raised kids here. I appreciate the resolution, and I also want to figure out how the city can follow with the most immediate and simple direct action to actually terminate the contract. And we have precedent for this. Our community's desire for the flock contract to end is not unique. We have seen similar contracts end around the country and in our neighboring states. The town of Evansville near Chicago had a community response with pressure like this, broke their contract, issued a cease and desist to Flock. And interestingly, Flock reinstated cameras after the contract was canceled without the city's approval. Evanston as a city then put black bags and tape over Flock cameras throughout the city. And this feels like a measure we could take with immediacy. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker here in Chambers, you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Omar White, longtime Bloomington resident. I want to echo everything that everyone said here. I don't support Flock. I think we should cut this contract. I appreciate that the resolution is more wide-ranging than just Flock, because another vendor could come by with something similar, and I think that this is something that does need to be handled at a wider level. However, also I think there is urgency to get transparency on this contract and frankly to cancel it. There's so many different reasons to not support this contract that people have talked about. I agree with all those. One I want to reiterate is the insecurity of Flock. These cameras have been shown to be hackable, to be insecure, to be available on the open internet. I'm a software engineer in my day job, for whatever that's worth. I find that appalling. That's like basic. Flock, it seems like Flock is not doing basic due diligence with their products to develop them in a way that would be secure, regardless of the privacy violations, which are egregious. But the fact that like some guy was able to go with some security researchers and access these cameras, I believe somewhere in Atlanta on the open internet, that's appalling. Like, come on. No basic security whatsoever. Ben Jordan was the YouTuber who's put out a video where he worked with these security researchers to find these exploits. I would encourage you all to go look for it. If you haven't heard about it or seen it already, and watch it. It is very egregious how insecure Flock is, in addition to the privacy implications, which I think are also egregious. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move back on over to our next speaker on Zoom. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Whenever you are ready.
Nicole Myers, you can unmute yourself and speak now.
Hi, I'm Nicole. I just wanted to say thanks to all the council for staying for this, even though the mayor left. I think a lot of us came mostly to talk to her. It feels like a lot of preaching to the choir. So I really appreciate that everyone stayed so long to hear their constituents speak. I appreciate the things that some of the council members have put out publicly about Flock to help, educate everyone and give your opinion about it. I appreciate what the council president said about, you can't misuse data that doesn't exist. So just the more data we're collecting on our community, the more likely, we are to have it misused in the future. And also just, I've talked to a lot of my neighbors about Flock in general to make sure they know what's going on, people of all sides of the political spectrum, and nobody wants it here. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker here in Chambers, you have, oh yeah, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
There's the smaller microphone. Oh, that one's not, okay, give it a try. You can try to pull the other one down. No, go ahead and try the other one.
Sorry.
It's gotta happen.
Okay, hi. My name is Kylie. I'm a professor here at IU. I'm a grad student. I don't have tenure. But I teach a lot of feminist philosophies in my class, and Flock really just fundamentally does not align with any of the sort of things that I teach in my class. And unfortunately, repetition is a really important part of learning, so I am going to repeat some of the sentiments that have already been shared more than once tonight. I would also just like to say there's several students sort of teaching this course. We've sort of discussed the topic of discussing ICE, and I know Flock says that they have no sort of ties to ICE, but if we use our critical thinking skills and rub our brains together, we can sort of connect the dots there. And it's really alarming when professors and faculty members are afraid to broach a topic out of fear of losing their job or being penalized for a topic that is very incredibly important. I use a lot of feminist literature in my class. We talk a lot about Audre Lorde. So I just wanted to share a quote from her. When we speak, we are afraid our worlds will not be heard nor welcomed, but when we are silent, we are still afraid. So it is better to speak. You can see I'm shaking a little bit up here. I didn't plan on speaking, but this is a very, very important issue to me. This is my first time ever coming to a city council meeting. I've taught 2 classes today. I've attended 2 classes. I'm tired as shit. It's 9:46. We talk about reproductive justice on Wednesday. ICE and Flock, these are very, very much tied to reproductive justice issues. It's directly tied to forced separation from children and their families. There's limited health cares in these ICE detention centers. There's a lack of conformed consent and historically tied to forced sterilization, and it's not gonna take long if it hasn't already happened now. Flock and other mass surveillance make it easier for ICE to abduct people off the streets. The mayor met privately with Flock. Again, not here, but can meet privately with Flock. Very interesting, but has not publicly committed to end Bloomington's policies. And their $250,000 contract for over 40 cameras. ICE relies on mass surveillance like Flock with and without a warrant to attack poor and immigrant communities. The only way to ensure ICE cannot access their surveillance data is to stop collecting it all together. Thank you. This is bullshit. Good night.
Thank you very much. We'll move back over to Zoom. Do we have another commenter? We are no longer anybody in line on Zoom, so we'll go back here into chambers. Thank you very much for your patience.
Very good. Hello, my name is Seaforth. I'm a,
We need the microphone on for Zoom attendees to hear. Is there like a happy middle ground we can find with the microphone height? Yes, you're good.
Yes,
Go
very
ahead.
good. Hello, my name is Seaforth. I'm a longtime Bloomington resident. I've already spoken before the council before at a previous meeting about one of the Flock cameras being directly over my front porch. And y'all had mentioned in that meeting that y'all hear our, you remember our points. And so I'd like to focus on a slightly different one, which is to circle back around to our earlier discussion about Hopewell Commons, about housing accessibility, and about the fact that we have a real struggle right now in our community of folks, leaving it. And the reason why I want to tie it to Flock is the idea that like this security theater, this, sort of like apparatus, it has a tie-in impact to forcing people away. Like when folks look at Indiana or Bloomington as a specific location to move to or to stay in during these trying times that we are going through right now, this is an aspect of that they look at, we can get everything else right in our community. And I've been to a couple of different meetings now trying to give input on, the zoning or on, the transit corridors, like the idea of changing College and Walnut. And like those steps, those things make an impact in bringing folks into our community, right? But if we fail on an aspect like flock, that erases everything, right? Like the idea that you can have folks who would otherwise be looking to be here, but when they realize that, you know, oh, I looked up Bloomington, Indiana, and in the news cycle is some abuse of flock that comes up, like many of these other communities are having right now, you know, like mentioning Atlanta, Georgia, or like some of these like smaller communities, like where, local officers have used flock to like track ex-girlfriends, right? Like when somebody looks up a community and they see that this surveillance technology is present and that it is being misused, or that it is being used exactly as intended by the folks who own these companies, which is, you know, to roll out operations like ICE is doing, like it has a downward impact. It permanently affixes in the minds of people that this city has compromised essential values of freedom. And so like when I think about like IU as an example, where they are constantly in the news cycle for steps they are taking to curtail academic freedom, or of, you know, calling in state troopers to drag people out, or having drones over protesters, following them to their cars. That is all people think about IU.
Thank you. All right, next speaker here at the podium, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right. I got inspired by a bunch of these
Can you
folks.
move closer to the microphone, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I just got inspired by a bunch of these folks here to speak up about what's going on. And oh, I forgot to say my name. My name's Akil, and I'm a student here. And I just want to ask you something: is what kind of precedent are you trying to set here? And so far, what I've seen is that the mayor not being here sets a precedence of cowardice. It sets a precedence of capitulation to capital. It shows that you just don't care about the civil liberties of like the residents here. And as the blue dot, one of the few blue counties in this state, I think that it's your responsibility to show that y'all have a spine, that y'all are willing to stand up to civil injustices, to this Trump administration, to fascism. So I just want to say, what do you think you should do to show that you have a spine? And I want you to just think about that, and to please, I implore you to like be a role model to other counties in this area and in other states to fight back against these civil injustices. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody waiting on Zoom? Anybody else raise their hand on Zoom? All right, well, take it back here to Chambers. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dean Bolstridge. I am a freshman here at IU, and I've been here for pretty much my entire life. And I would just like to reiterate a lot of the stuff that we've already heard and urge you to take as much action as you can, as with the motions that you have already put in place, with the transparency, the urging of transparency with these cameras is very valuable, as well as the president has stated about how it is important to properly implement technology like this. I would like to urge the importance of taking as much action as possible right now, as all of that would be very valuable if they were not already here. The cameras are already in Bloomington, and as we've heard from that Zoom caller, are already taking negative effects. And I just think that that is really horrible that we were not able to take this long and egregious process to properly implement things as we should be able to. And yeah, I urge you to take as much action as possible and in your power. And I'm really, really sad to see that the mayor is not here to hear all of this. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker here in chambers, please step up. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Benjamin Arrington, and I'm running to serve as your next prosecuting attorney for Monroe County. Benjamin Franklin, as I'm fond of the name, once said that those who would give up their essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. And when I think of flock cameras, and I think about every time you step out of your house and you drive your car, you're being supervised, we need to say no to flock. I want to thank the council for staying late to listen to all of these public comments. And I want to thank all of the people who are here to support their voice and to let the elected officials know that you care and you're here to speak. So power to the people. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for everyone. And let's be a bright star to be a blue dot in our red desert. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Did we have another speaker here in chambers? No? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Anybody on Zoom with their hand raised? Have we reached the end of the line? Any last takers? It's okay. All right. So we're done with public comment. Thank you all very, very much for sharing your insights and your passion. I know we really appreciated hearing from all of you, so thank you very much. So now we're going to move to Councilmember comment. Councilmember Zulik.
I move to call the question.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion to call to question. Is this debatable?
Think not.
With that comment? Be nice to be able to speak. For a moment.
So I guess we take a vote on this now, right? If we call to question, we just vote. Clerk Williamson, would you mind calling the roll?
Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daly,
Daly, you said, I thought you said Andy. I was like, that's me. Yes.
Rollo,
Point of order. This is a calling the question without debate on the resolution.
Yes. It's a vote to vote.
Right, we're voting whether or not we're going to vote right now.
Wait.
Okay, all right. I
Yeah.
appreciate the clarification then. So
That's not what I thought I was voting on.
Councilmember Zulik called to question. Councilmember Asari seconded it, so we're voting on calling to question.
I thought if somebody
Which is debate.
motions
It's
and
not
then seconds
debatable.
call the question, then we have to vote.
do I have a right to
That's what call the question is.
for inquiry?
Serious that we better, yeah, it's procedure. It's not debatable.
Yes, I support the resolution.
But that's not what we're voting on right now.
May I change my vote then?
Lisa, what are we voting on?
I think there was the motion to call the question, and that's being voted on at this point.
Which is to pass the resolution.
I moved to call the question. We're voting on calling the question.
Sorry.
Madam Clerk, may I change my vote then?
I've never experienced that, so I don't know enough to say no.
Can we just restart the voting
Yeah, I think
proceeding?
Yes, let's restart the vote.
Thank you.
We did that the other week where some members changed their mind and we revoted. So let's start the vote from the beginning again. Councilmember Stossberg.
Can I just clarify, because I think that there's some confusion up here. I believe that we need a 2/3 majority to call the question. Is that correct, Council Attorney Lehner? We have to pull out Roberts for this. Because, I mean, it's basically saying we're stopping debate and we're going to vote on the ordinance right now without any time for council member comment. So that's what we're voting on. If we vote yes, then we're not going to have any council member comment. or any further discussion. We're just going to vote on the actual resolution. And if we vote no, then we want to have some kind of a comment.
It
And
is a 2/3 vote required to adopt.
thank you. And so it's a 2/3 majority needs to approve voting right now without additional opportunity for council member comment.
So may I ask what happens if it doesn't pass?
Call the question.
Then we can have debate, like we could have closing council member comments, for example.
Okay.
So on the table, we have call to question. So we're going to vote on that now. That is what we're voting on, whether or not we're going to vote. Thank you, Clerk Williamson.
All right, Councilmember Piedmont Smith,
No.
Zulik,
Yes.
sorry,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Rallo,
No.
Ruff,
No.
Rosenberger,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Salzberg.
No.
So it fails 5-4, if I have that correct. So then we move to debate. Final comments. I'm going to enforce our rule that we never enforce, which is we have 7 minutes total. If that's,
Which is fine.
if we're ready for that. Do we have a 7-minute timer?
Five and then two.
5 and then 2 for follow-ups. So it's a 7 total. Councilmember Stossberg.
I just really, I wanted to have an opportunity to comment because I feel like that gives respect to the many, many people who came out and commented. So I at least wanted to say thank you all for coming out and commenting and expressing to us your thoughts on that. And second, I wanted to take just a minute to talk a very short minute about my personal evolution on how I feel about flock. Because, 6-7 months ago, I was, I really appreciate how several commenters kind of had that, in my mind, it became a scale of benefit on one side and consequence on the other. So 6-7 months ago, I was like, well, I think the benefits are there. And then that slowly started to shift. And it has shifted most dramatically recently with, I think it's SB 76, requiring local law enforcement to cooperate with federal immigration officers. And if I had confidence that our federal immigration officers were actually acting as responsible law enforcement officers who were protecting the rights of individuals, then maybe that would be okay, but I don't have confidence in that right now. So that benefit consequence shift has, been slowly changing, but that was one thing that it just kind of pretty immediately pushed me over the edge because we can't share it if we don't have it. And it makes everybody less safe. So I appreciate getting the chance to say that because, I've responded to a couple emails, said a couple of things because I'm learning about this issue. How I feel about it is shifting. And I feel like that has been a dramatic, few months of change and evolution in terms of understanding security issues. I love that our software developer over there pointed out security issues because I also have been married to a software developer for 20 years. So that is just a regular thing. And so I really appreciate everybody coming out and sharing their viewpoint. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Rallo.
Thanks. I appreciate everyone staying in the late hour, and I really appreciate you all speaking out in support of civil liberties. So many good comments this evening had quite an impact on me, actually. Remembering such things as the Patriot Act, which this council opposed back in 2003, and just this steadily normalization of government secrecy, erosion of free speech, dissenters being targeted, all that contextually is important. So we're essentially living in a society where total surveillance is the goal. And it is real, that is the hallmark of a totalitarian state. So to whatever extent we can push back, we have to do it. I don't want to live in a digital panopticon. I don't think anyone should. So I appreciate this council resolution, our council president Asari's resolution, very well thought out. Wonder if it goes far enough. I think that the case has been made tonight that we don't need this. We don't need flock cameras, and we should think of defunding it. And so that's what I look to as the next step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other council comment down this end? Any other council comment down this end? Councilmember Rosenberger.
Hi, thank you all for coming. I don't always tend to talk a lot because I think we have all been here a really long time, so it gets harder to find it useful in the end. I love what a lot of you said, and I agree that this next step needs to be an ordinance and not just a resolution. We have a list is getting longer of a history with this administration that doesn't necessarily do what council intends. We have ordinances that aren't really getting followed already. So I think a resolution is a great first step. And it's clear that this is what the community wants, and we should just push it forward to make it more real. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Councilmember Stossberg.
I'm sorry, this is my second 2 minutes, but I feel like I would be remiss to also add something that I didn't hear tonight that I want to make sure that I go on the record as supporting. And what I didn't hear was residents saying, we're scared that our police department is misusing this data. Because did I hear that a little bit? I feel some trust in our police department that they are not misusing this data in terms of the procedures and protocols that they have to go through within their department in order to get it. And that's the part that is, but like I said, the consequence of having to cooperate, of not having secure cameras, outweighs that. But I just wanted to, I support our officers in their intentions around this technology that is problematic.
Any other council comments? Councilmember Flaherty, and then Councilmember Piedmont Smith right after that.
Yeah, just briefly, also to say thank you to folks for speaking up, for being here, for emailing us, contacting us. I think reiterating this is a step, it's a next step in the development of durable rules that can be well crafted. Information gathering is part of that. I think it's really important for us to do that step, and especially do it formally, request the information from the mayor formally, from the police chief formally, which are their statutory obligation to provide to us as when we request that information. In fact, in my 6 years of service, I think this is the first time we've gone through the step of using a resolution to formally request information, because the structure and the details of it are important in that way. So I don't think that's the end. I think it's the next step in the process to developing local rules, which are the council's responsibility and a legislative purview. So thank you.
I really appreciate everybody staying late and sharing, especially your personal experiences and your different perspectives on the flock cameras. I have already come out publicly, a month ago against the flock contract. I'll just read a couple paragraphs from my letter to Mayor Thomson on February 12th. As local elected officials, we have many responsibilities, including to uphold the civil rights of all residents, hold criminals to account, and support an environment in which people feel secure. Meanwhile, we live in a country where Department of Homeland Security agents and agencies have both individually and systematically violated free speech rights, used violence to intimidate and kill protesters out of all proportion to threats to their own safety, ignored legal due process, and sown fear throughout hundreds of neighborhoods. It is in this context that I write to you regarding the city's contracts with Flock Safety for automatic license plate readers and other security camera systems. Collecting license plate data and/or other individually identifiable data puts our residents at risk, since there's no way we can guarantee that data collected by a third party will not be misused, nor can we guarantee that the security of this data won't be compromised. Flock Safety in particular has a poor record in these areas. So, and then I give various examples, some of them that were mentioned tonight, where Flock has been a bad actor. So I agree. I agree with my colleagues that we need more information about our contract in particular. I'm very skeptical that that will change my mind as far as my opinion that we need to end the contract. But I do appreciate Councilmember Asare writing a very well thought out resolution as a first step, and we will have further steps after this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move over to Councilmember Ruff has a quick something to say.
I just want to say, not only did I really appreciate hearing all the comments from the public, I also enjoyed hearing the comments at the end of the meeting here from my colleagues about this resolution and about what we might do next. And I will always, just for future reference, I will always vote for more opportunities for council members to make comments if they have something to say. And I want to thank Councilmember Asari and Councilmember Piedmont Smith, but Councilmember Asari has some real expertise and background in this general area of technology, use of it and misuse of it. So when he very early on made it clear that he was taking an interest in taking an action for the council or sponsoring an action for council, I had a lot of confidence in what he would do and what we'll do next. So thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Councilmember Asari.
Thank you all so much, council members and to the public for being here, for staying here. Again, we moved pretty quick, generally speaking, but thankful for your patience here. One thing that I'll note is I think the broader context, I think in which all of this is happening. I think there were a couple of comments that noted, for example, that we live in a society where me having access to your telephone number, I can violate a lot more of your privacy than I might be able to with an ALPR system. Okay, so we're talking like we're not overreacting here to one type of technology, but to me, there's a broader question here, which is right now, we're also living in a time where there's something like 300 new AI apps coming onto the market, like commercial market, every single day at the moment. And cities really cannot keep pace with the pace of change in technology. And I think what concerns me as using Flock as a case study here is that we sort of slid into a relationship with a company where it was just sort of like, well, they're the only one to do it, I guess, because they were the first one that said hi, right? Which is sort of like, I met my wife when I was 15. She's the first girlfriend I had because she was like the first person that spoke to me, and it's like, and we've been together ever since, but like living in a time where you just sort of slide into fairly serious commitments that then increase. It starts with 1 and then 2 and then you have 40, and without us ever thinking about that. And so I think Linus's law says that if there's a lot of eyeballs, then every bug will be shallow. And so I really think that what we need to do as a university town with so much expertise, with so much interest, is to create the mechanisms by which all types of engagements that we may do as a city, not just right now, but for the next 10, 20, 30 years, that it gives us as a community the opportunity to govern, the opportunity to speak, because ultimately that's what local government is about. And so again, thank you for demonstrating all of that today. This is, nerdy and fun, but more importantly, it's about, critical issues about what it means to be an American in a digital society, what it means to be a resident in the United States in a digital society. So just so grateful for all of your earnest participation today. Thank you.
Well, it's practically impossible to follow up what President Asari said and sound any better than him. But I just wanted to I'll take a brief moment then too, and just say I'm really, really grateful to all of you for being here, for speaking so passionately. Each and every single one of you said something that spoke to my heart and that I agreed with, and I found common sense in everything. It's very, very scary for us as a body to sit up here in front of a big, angry crowd. Whether you're here because you agree with us or not, it's still scary. So I really appreciate you guys coming out and sharing your hearts with us. And I am looking forward to this just being the first step, because I think we can move on to bigger and better things. And we're gonna all band together and make this world better. So thank you. With that, let's move to a vote on Resolution 2026-04. Thank you.
Councilmember Zulik,
Yes.
Asari,
Yes.
Daly,
Yes.
Rallo,
Yes.
Ruff,
Yes.
Rosenbarger,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
Stalsberg,
Yes.
Piedmont Smith.
Yes. That passes unanimously, 9-0. Gavel back to President Asari. Thank you.
All right, two more things to go, y'all. We have one more additional period of public comment. And so this is a maximum of 25 minutes allotted. If you have not commented in the first section, which I don't think anybody did, but if you'd like to comment on things that were not on the agenda, now is your chance. Again, please sign in, say your name or alias, and we will recognize you. Is there anybody in chambers who would like to give a comment on something not on the agenda? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
No.
There is no one online, then we move ahead to issues of council schedule. A very quick thing. So on March 11th, everyone, is our deliberation session. I'm asking, but please tell me your opinions here, if we can do a special session, just a 30-minute special session to act on some deliberations by the hiring committee at 6 o'clock. So just appending a special session to our session. Is that okay with, please, Councilmember Rosenberg?
I guess I just don't ever think a 30-minute meeting is okay. I mean, we have to be here at 6:30, so then we have to kind of leave at 6:20. I do think 5:30 is better.
Okay. I'm not opposed to that. If, does anybody feel the same?
Councilmember Zook has trouble getting, maybe we make 5:45, would that suffice?
That would be great. Thank you.
No, when did we say we're meeting for the day before, right? Okay. Okay. So 5:45? Anybody opposed? Okay, everybody, so I'll work with the clerk and council staff in the waiting moments to get that scheduled, but so very grateful. And again, echoing the comments of Councilmember Stossberg earlier, we are so very grateful for Attorney Lehner and Attorney Bennett. This is their last public meeting with us. Thank you for your service to the council. Thank you to your service to the city of Bloomington. And we hope that you continue to be vibrant participants. We'll look for you on the online comments, you know. No, but we're so very grateful for everything that you've done. So everybody, please join me in applauding. With that, any other issues of council schedule? Seeing none, we are adjourned.